thank you all for staying with us. So let me read some of the other stories to you this morning. So I already brought you a story from Daily Post, brought to you from Tribune. That's smacking of Atiku Shah. Ah, my God. Well, presidential spokesperson Shah, their mouth, took his time to finish Atiku. Took him to the cleaners and left him there. Wow. The cable newspaper, Akpabio, gazetted copies of tax laws reflect National Assembly votes. There are no discrepancies. I spent some time to talk about this, comparing what has been written and what he said. So I'm not going to go over it again, but I'm going to play it for panelists when they are all seated so that I can take their own assessment of what has been reported and what Akpabio said. So we'll do that. Akpabio, and one of those cases where I want to be technical, not emotional, technical. Is that the tax? No. What has been reported, is it what Akpabio said by what you will hear? There are times that we need to get technical like that. I'll try my best. Army major killed as ISWAP terrorists attack military patrol in Borno State. Okay, so some of the things I do as a practice. When I see military or crime-related story, the cable is not my first place. I rather look out for papers like Premium Times for stories like this. Premium Times. But let's read the cable. I also trust the cable. A major in the Nigerian army has been killed following an attack on a military patrol by fighters of the Islamic State West Africa province ISWAP in Damasak, headquarters of MOBA LGA of Borno State. That's local government area of Borno State. Sources told the cable that the officer who commanded the Damasak military base was leading a foot patrol of about 30 soldiers early on Friday when the team came under explosives and gun attack by the insurgents. The assault forced the soldiers to disperse, while 8 officers later returned to base. 22 soldiers were initially unaccounted for, including the commanding officer. From what I gathered, the commander of the Damasak base led a foot patrol of 30 troops earlier on Friday. They came under explosives and gun attack from ISWAP, forcing them to disperse. Only 8 soldiers returned to base, while 22 are unaccounted for, including the commander, a major, the source told the cable. Someone answers his phone each time his base tries to reach him, indicating he is in the hands of ISWAP. Conflicting accounts had earlier emerged, suggesting the major may have been captured after attempts to reach him by phone were reportedly answered by an unknown person. However, another security source dismissed the claims, saying the officer was killed during the ambush and not abducted. Cable tried to reach out to the spokesperson of the police command in Borno State and the spokesperson of the Nigerian Army for clarification on the incident, but no response has been received as of the time of the filing of this report. So you see, it's still a bit hazy. Kwankwanso. In 2019, I took Abba Yusuf to Supreme Court judges after Kano State election was declared inconclusive. This defection, it did pain Kwankwanso. Rabiu Kwankwanso, national leader of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, says he has never been this let down politically. On Monday, Abba Yusuf, governor of Kano, and Kwankwanso's ally joined the All Progressives Congress APC from the NNPP. During his resignation from the NNPP last Friday, the governor cited deepening internal crisis and prolonged leadership disputes as reason for his move. In a video published by Saifullah Hassan, his media aide, Kwankwanso told his supporters at his residence that it would have been better if Yusuf had even joined the African Democratic Congress ADC. The NNPP national leader said the Kano governor handed the mandate of the NNPP to enemies. Kwankwanso recalled the struggle they both went through when the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) declared the 2019 Kano State governorship election inconclusive. Injustice. In my entire life, I cannot remember where such a thing has ever been done before. It would even be better if it was the ADC, something new. They, referring to Yusuf and loyalists, went to. Rather, they took it, that's the mandate, away and handed it over to enemies. Look at the struggle we went through in 2019. Look at the election that became inconclusive. Look at the courts. There's an Igbo man named Pius Haim, former Senate president. When the issue started, he called me immediately and I asked for his whereabouts. He told me he's in the house and I went there and met him. Before we even finished greetings, he asked if the news he was hearing is true or not. He held his head. I had forgotten that in 2019, I took him to the homes of all the Supreme Court judges in Nigeria to beg them. I and the governor met them in their villages and towns. Kwankwaso speaking. In 2019, INEC had declared the March 9 Kano governorship election inconclusive with the margin between the top two candidates less than the cancelled votes. Yusuf, then candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), had polled 1,014,353 votes ahead of Abdullahi Ganduje, then candidate of the APC, who secured 953,522 votes, which left a margin of 26,000 votes. A total of 100,000 votes were cancelled. A supplementary election took place in the 28 affected Kano LGAs. At the end of the supplementary election, Ganduje was declared winner after he polled 45,000 votes, while Kabir of the PDP got only 10,000 votes. In 2019, Yusuf and Kwankwaso were members of the PDP. In January 2020, the Supreme Court dismissed the appeal filed by Yusuf and affirmed Ganduje's victory. In 2023, Yusuf was elected governor of Kano on the NNPP platform. Kwankwaso and his political movement, Kwankwasiya, played a significant role in Yusuf's election. I heard that he's even his in-law. Yusuf is in-law to Kwankwaso. That's the latest I'm even hearing. Kwankwaso is badly hurt by this decision to join the APC. Larry Olayinka, Wike controls Rivers' political structure. Fubara should prostrate before him. We listened to Olayinka and he was speaking on Channels TV. I think that was 2 days ago or yesterday, one of them. So I'm rolling the story over. This is the conversation for Real Talk today. Premium Times, coup plot inside the case against General Sadiq. Well, Premium Times have been on this matter for a while. As military authorities finally confirmed the plan to illegally oust President Bola Tinubu's administration, Premium Times has gathered fresh details about the involvement of Musa Sadiq and the case against the Nigerian Army Brigadier General. Mr. Sadiq was among the 16 military officers arrested and detained for an attempted coup last year in October. The coup plot, according to sources, contributed to the government's decision to cancel the October 1 Independence Day parade. Despite being described in some intelligence briefs as a suspected leader of the plot, officials familiar with the investigation insist that the core allegation against him centers on prior knowledge and failure to act rather than direct involvement. Military sources who spoke to this newspaper in confidence described Mr. Sadiq, his role as that of an accessory rather than an active participant. Our sources say that information available to investigators revealed that Mr. Sadiq was informed of the coup plot by those directly involved in its planning. While he's not accused of participating in the execution of the plot, security sources say he failed to report the information to relevant authorities, choosing instead to keep it to himself. These investigators argue constitutes a serious breach of military conduct and forms basis of the case against him, one source told our reporter. Well, Sadiq was born January 3, 1974. He's a 7th Brigadier General with service number --. He was trained at the Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, as a cadet between 14th August 1992 and 20th September 1997, and is a member of Regular Corps 44, an indigene of Nasarawa State. He belongs to the Infantry Corps. Mr. Sadiq rose steadily through the ranks of the Nigerian Army, attaining the rank of Colonel in 2015 and becoming a Brigadier General 4 years later. Over the course of his career, he has held several strategic positions, command positions, including commander of the 3 Brigade in Kano and garrison commander of the 81 Division of the Nigerian Army in Lagos. This is not the first time the senior officer has come under scrutiny. In October of 2024, he reportedly made headlines after being detained over allegations of gross misconduct, including diversion of rice palliatives and the sale of military equipment such as generator sets and operational vehicles to scrap yards. Those allegations, while separate from the current coup-related investigation, resurfaced in news pages as part of a broader review of his service record. Military authorities have not issued a formal public statement on the case status, but sources say investigations are going on and due process will be followed. Mr. Sadiq is yet to publicly respond to the allegations. All right, so these are the stories for review this morning. Someone sent me this message today. I'll allow you to listen to it. So this message is supposed to be an SOS. Oh my goodness. Okay, give me a moment. Let me do what I'm supposed to do. And you listen to this message. Just give me 1 minute.
Successful business without sales, and what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081-389-2850 now for more information.
Yes, good evening, River State. Good evening, Nigeria. My name is Stephen. I'm a car dealer in the States, and my office is after Garrison. I see we are going to CFC. I have to make it open because plate number issue in River State have become a drama played politics. I don't understand why each time you go to Board of Internal Revenue, you cannot get plate number. Since December, I have been coming for plate number. Each time I come, they are expecting plate number. Today, 28 January, I visited the office and I discovered that the plate I gave on Monday, it has finished. And they were demanding extra money if I need plate. And I was asking, the plate number that we're expecting, how many people that have shared this plate number? Is it that Board of Internal Revenue don't want to sell plate number? Because the current chairman of Board of Internal Revenue, ever since he emerged as the chairman of Board of Internal Revenue, River States do not have plate number. And most of our clients in River States do not want asset plate number because they do business in the state. They live in the state. So they want to use River State plate number. But each time you come to Board of Internal Revenue, no plate number. You go to River State, no plate number. Just by Asaya, another state, our neighboring state, have plate number 24/7. What is happening to River State? I'm calling upon the executive governor of River State, the state executive, to look into this matter, because we are no longer enjoying what we have in our state. Thank you, and God bless you.
So I played that clip without editing it. You heard his name, you heard what he does, and the alarm he's raising. He has raised an allegation against the River State Internal Revenue Service. It's an allegation. I haven't heard from the River State Internal Revenue Service, not yet. I tried to reach out, no access yet. But I got through to a source in road safety, the Federal Road Safety Corps, I think it's Road Safety Commission. Because road safety actually produces the plate numbers. Vehicle plate numbers are produced by road safety. But then ECOS is done by state governments. So they produce and then they distribute to states. States now, they produce and send to states. States will now do the issuance of those plate numbers through the umbrella will be the Internal Revenue Agency of the state. But I think under that Internal Revenue, they now have the motor something, MOT and the rest of them. That's why you also go through them to get your driver's license, I think it's like a vehicle license and all of those things. You pay through RRS to get all of those things done. I know that there's some places I would have missed it. So I asked someone in Road Safety. We had a lot of conversation, but he sent me a message. And I'll just read this message as to what may be the reason why this is happening in River State. Again, what may be the reason why this is happening in Rivers State. I haven't said RIROS is guilty of the allegations that have been raised against them. I haven't said so. And I also mentioned that I made efforts to get across to RIROS to get their response, but I haven't had the access yet. I will get it. And I do know that the government listens. I know that they listen. So someone has raised this. This should be a valid concern to the state government that people that want River State plate numbers are unable to get it. It should be something that is concerning because they're not getting it for free. They're paying for it. If it's available in Bayelsa, it's available in Imo State, it's in Lagos. Why can't a plate be available in River State? Why can't? So that people that want Rivers plate numbers can get them. But this is the response I got from my source from Road Safety. The board MOT, that's the Rivers State Internal Revenue Service board MOT, needs to do more for strict adherence to registration processes for RWC, POC, and MOT documents. Generally, the MLA and board has work to do. Let me read it again. The board MOT needs to do more for strict adherence to registration processes for RWC, POC, and MOT documents. Generally, the MLA and board has work to do. So it suggests that the problem is more with the board of the Rivers State Internal Revenue Service and not with the federal production agency, which is the road safety. But this is the position of road safety. So it says it's the RIROS that needs more work to do. They need to do more work in checking some funny things happening there. They need to check those things so that they can issue out plate numbers. They say plate numbers are actually available, that plates are actually available. But apparently the board needs to do more. This is the response I got from my source. Okay? My source from the Federal Road Safety Commission. Let me introduce panelists. I wish I could have a bit more conversation on this, but a lot of you are going through this. I can imagine that you have multiple persons, more than 3 persons, having this challenge too. So let's escalate it so the government can do the needful quickly. It's revenue lost when somebody decides the wait and the struggle, and then they go to another state to go and get it. Mr. Arochukwu Paul Ogbonna is here. He's a legal practitioner. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Rivers people.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe is also here, our in-house analyst. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
Let's begin with Kwankwaso. The man is I say, if I say pain, then it's like I'm under describing the level of anguish that Kwankwaso may be feeling right now over the decision of Abba Yusuf to join the APC. And then he even went back to say something that when somebody has to be like sacrilegious, you mean you went as far as visiting judges of the Supreme Court in 2019?
It's all right. Very revealing.
Just so they can do the needful for you with this man. And today this man has abandoned you. Just, I think 3 years, almost 3 years into your time together. I hear he's his in-law. I hear Abba Yusuf is in-law to Kwankwaso. It's politics, Abi. Mr. Arochukwu.
I have always said it, and I was not the first person to say so. Ake, his seminar work, The Political Economy of Africa. Am I correct? He talked about politics being a means of production. When we say that politics is a means of production, is that politics is a living. That's what people do for a living. And so you have different parts of this country being pretended over by some political godfathers who install people into office And to install people into office has to do with your political structure. Our brother here has always told us about political structure. You know, and you have the political structure, of course, you have the resources. When we talk about it, it's money. And then you invest this money, you mobilize the people, you build consensus, you sell a candidate. The candidate goes into power, and he becomes the conduit pipe or the platform through which you assign state resources. You now recoup investment you have made, then you make profit, you reinvest in the system. And as the person is climbing, you too, you are climbing. Okay. So it is not what Kwankwaso is suffering from. It's not new. I remember he mentioned a politician from one Igbo man called Parascience. That is it. These are the class of men. You know, they invest in politics. It's their job. In fact, for some, they haven't done any other thing in their life except politics. So that is why when people talk about rivers, I say, what is happening here? It's not new. There's nothing strange about it. Now, Abba Yusuf has acted like every other political son. It's not new too. That look, one thing is certain. If you watch, as your son is born, he relies on the mother and the father. As he goes from primary school to secondary school, he starts getting more independent. He may even get to the point the child will get into university, and you people begin to contest what you read. You want him to do medicine, he said that he will do music. You send him to go and read law, he will go and read Igbo language and come back. And of course, when the boy gets to getting married, he can go and bring one prostitute you know very well and say, this is the person I'm married. He say, no, this particular prostitute, I've been having an affair with her for a long time. He said, Daddy, that is you and her, but it's me and her now. Which means then parents disagree. And when they disagree, a child who has already gotten sufficient security, succor, and protection from this, he will build his life and continue while the father keeps on weeping. It's entirely his business. So, Abba Yusuf has grown. He has weighed the pros and cons, his options, his political future. You can't keep on lapping him forever. And he has chosen to join the All Progressive Congress. It's for now to show his capacity as a father. Just like some parents, if you offend them, they'll tell you, okay, you are living in my house, you have to move. That estate you are living, even though in Abuja is my house, you have to move. The last you are driving is mine, you have to return it. The money I invested for you in the bank, I have to get it and give to your sister. Such punishments, even biological parents give that to their children. So it is not for Kwankwaso to get up, and reclaim his structure. Because Yusuf Abba is going to APC with his structure. And that is plus for Abba. And of course, if you must rule Nigeria, you need Lagos State, you need Kano State, you need Rivers State. These are the critical areas you need. So it's for him to get up now and reclaim his structure. However, if he chooses to travel local government to local government for a thank you visit, reenact himself with the people, that's his own pattern. If he chooses to put the whole place into chaos and make the place ungovernable, that's another pattern. But whatever pattern he adopts is that he is entitled to reclaim his structure because it's like bank seizing your money. You are just imported goods, you need to clear it, and bank refuses to give you money. Definitely you are in trouble. The thing will rot away in the ports. So he's in trouble now. Him and the remnants of his NMPP is already in trouble. But what happened between him and Abba Yusuf is not new. Traveling from, and again, let us know three certain things are strange. In Nigeria, I keep on telling them there is no secret again. If a man told me that he moved from the house of judges to judges, do I need him to say it before I know he did it? And what is strange about it? The man has just opened his mouth and told you, and that is the extent of desperation, the extent of commitment, and that is the extent of involvement of different factions of the ruling class, how they cooperate and coalesce in order to build a world after their own image. So the man has to visit them. And of course, he just ended by telling you, he didn't just visit them. It's not that I'm coming to visit Kelly on a Sunday and we go. I say I visited Kelly. I should tell them that I gave Kelly gave me a bottle of beer, a plate of pepper soup. That aspect of the visit was not discussed. The only thing that I visited him and I visited them from in their towns and villages. So even if you were in your village, the man trusts you to be there to introduce you and to solicit their attention to get a certain job done. And that job to be done is to get Abba to be the governor at the level of the Supreme Court. So, nothing is new here. And we are not hearing this kind of story for the first time. And I'm not surprised or worried about it. And I don't even call it corruption. It's just I prefer to call it the depth of desperation of the Nigerian political class. It reinforces the theory that politics is a means of production and the struggle for mere politics for the benefit of it rather than civil and political administration in the country. And that is why the country is the way it is.
All right. I'll take the views of Mr. Ndekwe, but we have to go for a commercial break. When we come back from this break, we'll continue. Please stay with us.
Children are a beam of sunlight. On Kiddies Playground, smart is the new cool. We have interesting activities lined up for everyone, from storytelling to games to quizzes, where you get to win loads and loads of gifts. Do you have what it takes to compete and win exciting prizes? Then don't miss any episode of Kiddies Playground every Saturday at 7:30 a.m. only on Today95.1 FM, where playtime comes to life.
Waiting they happen. Now for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Bomb. Now here you go here, waiting they happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonga to them, where go shock you. You go wonder, say a person do like this. Now so we they bring them, can't give you acid the hot.
Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. You go their blood in the chopper. You say this one, no worry. When time on reach, I'll say I want to make I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go get for them. Now me go be get man at that time for airport.
Waiting they happen. Make you know Miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for waiting they happen. You go enjoy yourself. Not forget to say woman they chop our recharge card woto. I don't tell you say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting they happen. Waiting they happen. Make you know miss them at all.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. We have a guest from
Automated income.
Okay.
Yes, Port Harcourt, good morning. The name remains Chidi Eberenweke, aka Chidi Billion, the billionaire mentor. Like I normally tell people, if it's not making money, it's actually not making sense. So as you listen to me right now, I want to ask you a few questions. Now, how bad do you want to succeed this year? I normally tell people that prayer is not a formula for success. Because when you pray, you get God's attention. But when you act, you get God's involvement. Therefore,
You don't pray to be wealthy, you learn to be wealthy. Now, for the past 6 months, you've been hearing me come and learn how to earn between 100,000 to 500,000. And some of you say, I don't try one or two. You know what? Me too, I was a victim. I've done several online businesses and I felt it's bad. And that is why I set up True Freedom to reward those who are actually ready to build their life. And that is why, if you listen to me right now, if you're serious about building your financial life, I want you to know now, think about this, that business, that job that you have. Is it going to give you that financial freedom that you want? If your answer now yes or no, then now you know. Now, is what you do daily in the next 3 to 5 years, is it going to give you financial freedom? Imagine if you lose your job right now, or if something happened to that your business, what will you fall back on? Now, this is the era where you can practically do anything with AI. This is the era where the internet have evolved. So if you miss Web 1 or Internet 1, you miss Internet 2, please don't miss Internet 3. Now, I normally tell people, anything you hear, there's a reason why God wants you to hear them. Like I said, when you pray, you get God's attention. When you act, you get his involvement. A lot of people say, I've tried several businesses. I achieved the billion. I've tried several businesses as well. But if I give up, I'll not be talking to you right now. So my question for you is this. Had it been when Peter met Jesus, Jesus asked him to throw the net the other side, that he will catch a fish. Had it been he said no totally, would there be miracle? The answer is no. The problem is that a lot of us in Nigeria has spiritualized physical things. Now, if you don't farm and you enter somebody's farm who farm and they catch you, what would they call you? They will call you thief. So therefore, like I said, you don't pray your way into prosperity. Prayer is spiritual, not physical. Now, for you to make money, you need to act. You need to have product and services. You need to have a system that retains this money. A lot of us are in Nigeria seeking in a way to jackpot. You don't have to run to abroad to make money. Like I said, if you are interested in earning from 100,000 every month to 500,000 with just a startup capital of 150,000. Now, remember, you can't make money for free. I am not part of that type that tell you come is free. No. Before you ever send your name, make sure say you get, number one, you get 150,000. Number two, you are ready to start if we teach you what it takes. Now, we are teaching you this business free of charge. We are not asking you to pay us a dime. Now, I also ask you this question now. If you keep on doing what you are doing in the next 3 years, how far will be your life? Because a lot of people don't know that your daily routine is equal to your daily life. So what you've done in the next 10 years will equal what you've done in the next 10 years to come. There is no magic in it. So 1 + 1 10 years ago is 2. 50 years ago is still 2. So therefore 1 + 1 today is 2. And 1 + 1 the year to come is 2. The year has started. A lot of us are killing ourselves with fasting. Go and read your Bible. You don't need to fast for God to bless you. You're only doing the wrong thing. So I am not here to motivate you. And you just know how your financial life is right now. Like I said, if you lose your job, what will you fall back on? If that your business have issue, what also will you fall back on? Every rich man has multiple sources of income. You need to have a system that retains this money. So like I said, I'm not here to motivate you. If you know you want to change your financial life, you want to build wealth organically, you are part of these people who have tried one online business and failed, just like me. I was also a victim. You tried another one online business that people start chasing you with police. The solution has come. Now, but remember, you can only take a horse to the stream. You cannot force the horse to drink. So all you have to do is to find your way on Saturday to number 6 Rumola, opposite People's Club, just beside APC campaign house. And the time, now 11 a.m. Now I go unveil the same business where they tell you for long. Like I said, True Freedom, now the company will connect virtual asset with digital asset. How break the bridge? So if you want to own a real estate, you want to do real business, and like here, you don't need any experience, you don't need anything. The only thing what you need now the money to start the business. Whether you go school or you no go school or Chidi Billion is there for you. Because the aim of having a mentor is to shorten your 10 years journey to 2 or 3 years. But the problem is that poor people don't have mentors. Only the rich has mentors. Poor people don't attend seminar. They prefer to watch football, attend wedding ceremony. Why the rich attend seminar? Remember, the more you learn, the more you earn. The problem is that both the poor and the rich have access to the same level of information. The poor will ignore and criticize it, while the rich will act on this information. So I want you, don't stop your ignorance this year. Now, if you want to be part of this business, you want to learn how to build wealth organically, naturally, without losing money. The most important thing is that your money is secured. You are not losing anything. You don't need any experience for you to be part of this business. That is to say, if you start this business today, you start earning after 24 hours. The only difference is that the person who starts with $10,000, or let's say, I put on for naira, the person who start with 10 million, no go earn the same with person who start with 150,000, because the Bible says, "He who sow bountifully shall reap bountifully." So the only difference is the size of your portfolio. But trust me, if you are tired of losing money, like I said, don't miss this opportunity for anything. So the numbers to send your name to, if you know you will be available on Saturday, this is only for serious-minded individual. No come and say, "Chidi Billion, explain for me for phone." No. If you know you will not be present, please ignore. If you are not tired of your financial mess, please ignore this. So the numbers is 07035934420. That is 07035934420. And what we're going to teach you, we'll teach you how to use money, because a lot of us don't know how to use money. Money is a seed. It needs to be planted. Money is also a tool. It needs to be used with instruction. But the problem is that you get your money, no instruction, and the only thing that comes to your mind is spend. So like I said, if what you are doing now will change your life in the next 3 years, continue what you are doing. But if you not change your life, this is an opportunity for you to change it. The numbers again are 07035934420. I Chidi Billion. I will be there live, and I will share with you how easy it is to earn between 100,000 every month to 500,000 as a beginner. So, like I said, do not be the hero of the world, but also the doer. I said both the poor and the rich, they have access to the same level of information. But the poor always criticize, always use them, say they flabbergast. But the rich act on the information. So my time here not that much, and you don't need to motivate people to make money. I'm only here to invite only serious-minded individuals who are ready to act on this. So like I said, before you send your name, make sure you have the startup capital, which is minimum of 150,000, or maybe you are aspiring to have it very soon. You can actually attend. So it's not for everybody, it's only for selected few. Then secondly, make sure you are there on time. We don't do African time. So the numbers for this Saturday event, if you dey hear me for this radio now for Saturday, will be 11 a.m. opposite People's Club, beside APC Campaign House. The number now 07035934420. Before I can forget, some people go come and say, "Whether this one na forex trading, na crypto." No, this is not trading. This is not ROI. This is not investment where you come and give somebody your money to be making profit. No, this is actually a system that allows you to be a shareholder. What is a shareholder? If you go search, you go see say Awolowo will partner with Coca-Cola, and he still earns till infinity. That is why the Bible says a good parent will leave inheritance for his children. So ask yourself, that job you are doing right now, is your children going to inherit it? The answer is no. Even you know that now you are working, you cannot. The money you are making is not enough. So like I said, come, let us grow financially together. So the numbers are 07035934420. That is 07035934420. Like I thought, say you don't need any experience. The only two way you need now the money to start this business. And I'm going to give out promo to the first 20 people who come on time that day. Okay. If you win $50 to $100, if you win a lot, because I come with a bang this year. So the numbers as I are prepared to go now 070 35 93 4420 070 35 93 4420. Whether you get Android phone or you don't get Android phone, so long as if you start this business opportunity now for you. Like I tell people, no allow this year to leave you the same way last year left you. No repeat the same mistake. So the number again now 070 35 93 4420. So I don't go. Remember the venue now opposite number 6 opposite People's Club Rumola. At the time, we have to go. Now 11 a.m. by this Saturday. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll return to our conversation in a bit. Please stay with us.
Unleash the power of the airways with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
It's been an exciting week. It's been an awesome week. And just in case you missed out on our big stories this week, we got you covered. Rewind comes up every Saturday, 6:30 a.m. And here you get your total rundown of all the big stories and trends for the week in River State. And this is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Rewind, 6:30 a.m. every Saturday. Don't miss it.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. Here.
African style. African style. African style. 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all. Let's continue our conversation. Let me go straight to Mr. Ndukwe on Kwankwaso's pain at the moment.
Yeah, Kelly, what is the grasp Kwankwaso has with Yusuf?
That Yusuf left him and went to NNPP and to APC.
So what?
He handed this mandate to their enemies.
Which mandate? Was it a Kwankwaso mandate? You see, I don't understand these politicians. How can you be hate to maybe to two? You are completely mired in iniquity. And then another person grows up tomorrow. And remember, since you started growing, people have been talking to you, leave this to your bad ways, leave this to your bad way. You refused. And some other person copy you very, very well. And then enter his own and exhibited the same thing you've been doing. You start quarreling. Let Kwankwaso continue quarreling with himself. Yusuf has not done him anything that is ordinary or that is special or spectacular. No. See, I said it the other day when he said he was declaring one particular day, day of betrayal or whatever. I said betrayal for who? Okay, maybe consolidating on his betrayal. I'm talking about Kwankwaso because Yusuf invariably has learned from him. He dumped PDP and joined APC some time ago in the past. The record is very clear to us. Whatever happened, circumstances must not mirror each other or one another. He did that. And what is the crime Yusuf has committed? He dumped is it NIPP or whatever? NNPP. And then went to APC, which means their son name is APC, both of them. No special thing. So what is wrong with Kwankwaso? Yusuf is not his son. Even if he were his son, Kelly, any system, any father in a system that maybe barricades everything when the son is growing, you say, you must do this, you must do this, you must do this. And their son is seeing you deviating from that thing you are telling him. When he grows up, and because remember, we humans, we are free human agents, free moral agents rather. The person must take his own way. It is the conviction of the person that is perpetrating any evil that makes him. If not, you might tell me and tell another person, our outworkings won't be the same. Now, in case of Kwakwanso and himself, we've seen the same thing. The crime of this is the crime of this. So who should be lynched? Kettle and pot. Who should call the other? Black. And again, very revealing. Kwakwanso, in a way to showcase his unbridled annoyance over something himself is smeared into, he's telling us that he met judges. You can see it when we are talking about that. Judges are not from heaven. It will be, they'll tell you it's the temple of justice, temple of justice. Temple of justice is not on this earth. Is that justice, that temple not manned by humans? So, Kwakwanso, please, just sleep. Forget about that. Kelly will always tell people to drink water. I'm not telling you to drink water. You might stay even without water. If it will help you, let it help you. Yusuf has not done anything that you have not done.
Okay, so let me take the views of panelists. Let's listen to, I said it earlier that I will do this, so let's do it again. This is Akpabio speaking yesterday at plenary.
To all and sundry, and the bill will save the interests of Nigerians and ensure free and transparent elections. It's hereby mandated to distribute the gazetted copies of the Tax Reform Act signed by Mr. President to every senator today. I think there are about 4 acts. 4 acts. So the 4 acts are ready and gazetted and signed by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and certified by the Clerk of the National Assembly to avoid confusion. So every senator is expected to go home with one today. And then those who are not here will distribute them directly to the senator. This act should not be given to any other person. It must be given by the Clerk of the Senate and certified by the Clerk of the National Assembly to avoid any confusion. So you take it directly from us and check, because I understand that there's some other, there's another version that was circulating around, which was not in compliance with what were contained in our votes of proceedings. And also, so this has taken cognizance of what happened in the House, in the votes of proceedings, what happened in the Senate, and also what happens in the committee on harmonization, and signed by Mr. President, but further certified by the Clerk of National Assembly. So you study this. Yes, I was saying that copies of this will be made available to all senators, certified by the Clerk of the National Assembly, the 4 copies of the acts. And this is totally in compliance with what happened in the 2 chambers. No adulteration, nothing. So, I mean, at this stage now, you can feel bold enough to discard anything that is to the contrary, knowing that it is not what the president signed and it does not represent what you passed.
So, my question is, this is what the headlines have it. Akpabio, gazetted copies of the tax laws reflect National Assembly votes. There are no discrepancies. Senate President Godswill Akpabio dismissed claims that Nigeria's newly implemented tax laws were altered after passage by the National Assembly. This story is from this statement. I did the same thing. Mr. Arochukwu.
Well, it's not. But you know that there were rumors that there were discrepancies between what the National Assembly passed and what the president signed. And there were insinuations that the executive altered it.
Yes.
To add something that the National Assembly did not add in that bill.
Yes.
Good. What are we trying to say, that no such thing happened?
No.
That, yes?
From this. Now, when, I beg your pardon for rudely interjecting the way I did. When that thing came up, the reps were the house where the alarm was raised.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
They set up a committee to investigate it.
Yes.
And then they moved on by asking the Clerk of the National Assembly to get the copies, their harmonized copies, and what the president signed.
Yes.
They got those copies, reviewed those copies, and now issued certified true copies of what the law should actually be, by expunging the things that were added, not from them. I'm telling you.
Which means there was an addition.
It was actually altered by the executive. They did not go further to investigate who did the alterations. Where did the discrepancies come from? The House of Reps, in that committee and in the piece that they sent to us, said the Clerk of the National Assembly are taking the further steps in certifying by ensuring that it was what the National Assembly passed
that is being circulated.
Which
means it has to be sent back to the president for his reassignment.
Now, what they did not do, they didn't send it back to the president. They just took the president's signature, my interpretation of it, and added it to what they did and issued it as a certified true copy.
That's not possible.
I'm telling you, the executive has not spoken against it.
There are two versions of it.
The executive has not spoken against it. So looking at that, that's what these people are saying. Now, these people are saying Akpabio is discountenancing what the House of Reps has done. But listening to Akpabio, he said the copies certified by the clerk of the National Assembly. The same thing the House of Reps said, that the clerk of the National Assembly will release the certified true copies of the laws.
The certified true copies you are releasing.
Yes.
If we agree that the document that came out in circulation was not exactly what the National Assembly passed, and if we have reasonably suspected that something was added into that law, if we agree that we have harmonized it now to reflect exactly what the vote of the National Assembly is, the ideal thing is to return it back to the president to assign, to put his signature.
They didn't do that.
Once the president puts his signature, you don't need to certify it back.
They did not do that. They only just corrected it and released a certified true copy.
You cannot put the president's signature on a document by mail printing. It's not possible. Because the executive have to look at that document again to ensure that it reflects what they do have in mind.
That's what they told us. That's what some even accountants have said. Kelly, what the National Assembly, they are telling us is not the proper thing. That ordinarily, when they did their thing, they should have sent it back to the president.
Exactly.
For his assent.
Who has the right of disagreement with the document or agreement?
It should be the president.
Yes, at this point. Has the right
at this point.
Yes.
No, but if the president signed that document, right? The president signing the documents they passed to him.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Means at the point that he agreed to that document.
But now you have...
No, I'm just saying now, based on the point that he agreed to that document.
Yes.
It was based on that agreement that he signed it.
Yes.
They now found that what he signed, people made inputs into that document. Who made those inputs? They did not tell us. Are you investigating to find out who made those inputs? They did not say. But they say in the spirit of legislative process and the authority of the House, Kiniko, they have gone ahead to reconcile, harmonize
the document.
And the clerk of the National Assembly directed to issue the certified true copies of same.
Kelly, somebody is acting outside the law here.
No,
unknown procedure.
That's not even where I'm going to. That's not even where my own is the discrepancy in my view of what the papers are capturing as headline. Akpabio discountenancing what the House of Reps did. Listening to Akpabio and what is read, Akpabio said, any other thing that is out there with alterations, know that this is the original document issued by the clerk of the National, certified true copy issued by the clerk of the National Assembly. That's what he said. That's why that's the only interest for me here. I'm not talking about the legality or the appropriateness of the action. My own is, as Akpabio said what the prince are saying he said,
Akpabio has carefully evaded that. And again, if Akpabio should avoid getting involved at the level of what the prince say he said, is to go. You may throw up a situation where you begin to investigate who added or who removed, and of course, smartly, that is the murky waters that nobody wants to get close to. Okay, but however, adding or removing in documents is part and parcel of our process. It's not strange to us. For instance, that a document was made by the government and somebody choose to add something or to remove. It's not new in our system.
Okay.
Because remember when we were talking about the Electoral Act during Obasanjo's time, and so people said, look, they say it's the printer's devil. So the printer, the national printer, have always received the blame for each of some of these things. Okay, so the man who printed that document is the person you want to put in trouble, because distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, Right Honorable Distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, cannot go contrary to the rules of the Senate and the laws of the Federal Republic. And the same thing is applicable to the Honorable Speaker and His Excellency the President.
All right.
So the printer of the national printer, is responsible for this, and he should be so held responsible. A document given to him got altered midway.
Mr. Ndukwe.
You see, Kelly, I have said that I think called groups is the governance in Nigeria is mirroring the existence of what they call called groups. I don't belong to any. I don't know, but I know since it's something one has to be initiated, it is those who are maybe of that stock that are initiated, and you outside, you won't know what is going on. And so that is why they always, like politicians, I don't know much about their own, why they have meetings in the night. So that is why these call groups always have their meetings in the night. And the secret things are shared by those who are privileged. That is exactly what is going on in Nigerian governance. If you remember, when this thing started, there was a time, I can't just be exact because I have got tired of the whole thing and then leave it the way it is. Because I have already said that this thing they have brought up, foisted on Nigerians, telling us that it was going to start off, that implementation of it by 1st January, is simply the more you look, the less you see. And Nigerians have nothing, so they must comply. Tell me, I remember that day, only that I can't remember exactly who said which, that there was discrepancy after Dasuki or so raised it from the House of Representatives. And then they started, at a point in time, they said the clerk of the National Assembly should re-gazette. Then we started asking, what kind of power do they have that they are now the people gazetting and re-gazetting? Now, after that, was it Taiwo? I think Taiwo is the tax man or so. Good. Said that there were, how many of them, versions or whatever of this tax law? And that statement showed that there were some that some have, others don't have it. In other words, the discrepancy is entrenched, it continues, unabated. Now, Akpabio is coming to say exactly what the press has quoted him not to have said before. Because what he has said mirrored that there was such discrepancy, and what they were going to do is to harmonize everything. Kelly, at the age I am, it's a very difficult thing for somebody to deceive me, whether I'm in any organization or not. If, for instance, there are two chambers and they came up and they must have a unified version of something, they stayed with whatever they have done at the two chambers, they brought them and looked at them and said, finally, we are adopting this. All of them consensually agreed and adopted that. Now send it to the executive. The president appended his signature before it will be gazetted. And when it was, I have said, I want to believe, since I'm not there, I can't say it with authority. I want to believe that every senator, just like Akpabio is now saying, must have a copy of whatever stage they've reached, especially at the harmonized level. Now, when they have sent it, whatever happened, Dasuki was able to pick out the flaw that, no, there's a discrepancy between what we have now and what the president gazetted. What I expected these people to have done was, like they set up their committee, it should have been the dual committee of the chambers. Now they find out, bring out that harmonized version, which every senator or house or honorable member of the house has. Look at the version that the executive had gazetted. Kelly, it's not something of secret. If they've been doing other things in secrecy, this one will be looking at it openly. Bring out the flaws where they are. And then find out what to do. But they didn't do it that way. They are now telling us, what Akpabio is invariably telling us now is that there is maybe no discrepancy. And then how do you know? Because it's taking the whole thing from within the chambers.
I have to go for the news.
I don't understand these people, though.
Well, apparently you did not understand the question I'm asking and what I'm looking to verify. I'm not asking that we go over the history of the entire event. It is there's discrepancy between what is reported and what Akpabio said. That is what I'm looking at.
And there is.
Not the veracity of whether their actions were legit or not. So everything, they started, they released a statement, they asked the clerk of the National Assembly, re-gazette. And I found out later that there is a law that allows the clerk of the National Assembly to re-gazette.
There's a law?
Oh, yes, it's there. It's part of his duty. The news updates. Next.
Was it the one?
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Miracle Emmanuel. The House of Representatives has called on President Bola Tinubu to urgently boost security presence in parts of Gombe State following deadly attacks by bandits in several communities. The resolution followed the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance moved by the Chief Whip of the House, Bello Kumo, during plenary. The motion drew attention to recent attacks on Garin Galadima, Pindiga, Garin Jaji, and Laro communities in Akko local government area, during which 6 persons were killed while 20 others were abducted and remain in captivity. Moving the motion, Kumo, who represents Akko Federal Constituency, said the attacks had plunged the affected communities into distress. The House noted that the security situation could further deteriorate if no stringent security measures are taken to safeguard the lives of the people in adherence with Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. The Senate has urged the Federal Ministry of Works and the Federal Road Maintenance Agency, FEMA, to undertake an immediate engineering inspection of the collapsed old bridge and all failed sections of the Okija-Spur Road, while initiating emergency measures to restore at least temporary and safe connectivity. The Upper Legislative Chamber also mandated its Committee on Works to oversee all intervention activities concerning the Okija-Spur Road, the collapsed old bridge, and the completion works on the new bridge. These resolutions were sequel to the consideration of a motion on need for the rehabilitation of Okija-Spur, Ihembosi, Upo, Ebenato, Ezeni-Fite Road, sponsored by Senator Emmanuel Nwachukwu, Apga, Anambra South, during plenary. Presenting the motion, Senator Nwachukwu said the Okija-Spur, Okija through Afo, Upo to Ebenito and Ezeni-Fite Road remains one of the most critical intra-regional corridors in Anambra South Senatorial District, enabling commerce, agriculture, education, healthcare access, and other socio-economic activities across multiple communities. He noted that the old bridge along the road collapsed on March 5, 2025, completely shutting down movement, endangering lives and severely disrupting economic and social connectivity across the affected communities. In his remarks, the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, directed the Committee on Works to liaise with the Federal Ministry of Works and FEMA so as to ensure that the project is completed on time for safety against the activities of kidnappers and bandits. The federal government has approved the purchase of 2 new communication satellites to boost Nigeria's digital infrastructure and support President Bola Tinubu's plan to grow the economy to $1 trillion. The Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, disclosed this in Abuja at a press conference to mark Global Privacy Day 2026, organized by the Nigerian Data Protection Commission. Tijani said the approval marked a significant shift in Nigeria's digital strategy, noting that the country currently stands out in West Africa for lacking active communication satellites, a gap the new assets are expected to address. He said about 60% of the fiber project has been completed, while funding for the remaining work has already been secured. Tijani said the Tinubu administration was positioning digital technology as a key driver of inclusive growth, better public service delivery, and long-term economic expansion, adding that investments were also being channeled into digital skills, rural connectivity, and institutional reforms. Another foreign scene, EU lawmakers are demanding artificial intelligence providers to pay for their use of copyrighted European content as they called for expanded rules to apply to generative AI. In a report adopted by the European Parliament's Legal Affairs Committee, lawmakers demanded full transparency about what content is used for generative AI systems and fair remuneration for creators. They also called for the news media industry to have total control over the use of its content for training AI systems, including the right of refusal. Their call comes ahead of a review of the EU's copyright rules this summer. The lawmakers urged the European Commission to make sure the sector gets adequate payment for any use. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Miracle Emmanuel. Thank you for listening.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Long time no see you, which one you do? Oga builder, Oga contractor, long time no see. That thing where they look for Sokoto, it don't land for Shoko say, we don't carry our product enter River State, but say we still there for Aba. Anywhere where you did Agnes roofing product, go find you come, our product don't enter market, long span, made couple, step tie, small gutter design. As big man consign, we still get stone coated roofing sheet, shingle, mineno, classic bond, wood shake, and roman. Don't forget saying Dr. Agnes one man with the manufacturer Agnes one man data tooth powder. Nice to carry this open product enter market to Wakaskele Wugali has not only enter office waiting for kilometer 20 at Port Harcourt Expressway. Equated Akaso bus stop behind Antwerp filling station or Bibo LGA or Port Harcourt. You feel Waka enter our head office waiting for kilometer 7 at N Expressway. Ositema for Abia. For more inquiries, call us on 0816 719 5073 or 0811 201 2831 or 0803 500 5489. Agnes Aluminium Roofing Product, I'm the product where go make your house the smile, whether under the sun or in the rain.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. We have Mr. Godwin from G-Wing FX here this morning. Good morning. Welcome, sir.
Good morning.
Please tell us what you do at G-Wing FX.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Akujobi Godwin, founder, team lead, G-Wing Forest Trading Institute.
Okay.
All right, before I go ahead, I would like to state this. Earlier this week, I saw a post on the social media of a particular, one of the former presidents of this particular country. His son registered under a political party in this home country. And we've been seeing all this. I also saw on the social media the son of a minister emerging the winner of a primary election in this same country, and a whole lot happening in the country, right? So back then there's this rhyme in nursery school. They say, parents, listen to your children. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Try and pay our school fees and give us a better education. Right, so looking at what is happening right now, check out all those people. Some of us, we now have kids. Some of us are now grandparents. You sang all those rhymes. You had all those songs and the rest. Now look out for that your set. Look out for those people that we are with you. Are they part of the leaders we have right now? Now talking about leaders of tomorrow, we already know the leaders of tomorrow. All those songs, all those things are delusional. All those things are instilled in us for you to believe that you are part of those of them that will take over tomorrow. All those things are manipulative and psychological. Now the truth remains that if nothing is done, one will still remain where they are. Then you were in your 20s, you were in your 30s singing those rhymes. Then you were doing what you are doing. But right now, what is happening? You are still where you are. You are still doing what you are doing. Right? Now, I say this a lot. The difference between other living things and humans, especially Africans, in quotes, the difference between other living things is that they will never allow animals, especially look at the pride of lions, look at a group of elephants, look at the pack of hyenas. They will never allow the weakest or the one that is not intelligent among them to be the leader. That's the difference between humans and every other animals out there. There will be fight, there will be conquest. They will look out for the most intelligent among them to be the leaders. So that is why if you're a human, you are in Nigeria, you are in this part of the world, you have to force yourself. You have to do everything within your means, within your power to succeed. Because nobody is coming to save you. The world itself is a battleground. To tell you how strong it is, even in heaven, angels go about with sword. In heaven there are gates, and there was war in heaven. So even in heaven, they say the violent take it by force. So you have to struggle to make it. I know I'm saying this. We live in a world where we adapt to things that are not right, adapt and acclimatize to poverty. I know I'm saying this because I've traveled around the world. We live in a world where in 21st century we are still saying up NEPA. In 21st century, and you take it as a normal thing. You see it as a normal thing. We live in a world where not being able to meet up 3 square meal is a problem, and you see it as normal. Now, all those things are psychological. I've been coming here for years. You have been hearing me. You have been listening to this radio station, listening to G-Wing FX. You've still been in a state of indecision. That is why we have this program coming up this Saturday. 52 Psychiatric Hospital Road. Now, this one is not the usual one. This is not the usual one. Or this is not the usual seminar, you know. We are going to be having 50 pips daily for 50 days challenge. Remember, the last time I came here, this is the January session. The last time I came here, I made mention of 50 pips daily for 50 days. Most persons are already enjoying what they are seeing. Most persons are already capitalizing on it. Most persons don't understand what 50 pips simply means. 50 pips with one standard lot size, that is $500. 50 pips with 0.5 lot size, that is $250 daily, depending on your capacity. You will have access to 1.5 million naira on this particular day. This is an opportunity for you. You will also have access or being able to be part of G-Wing FS by owning shares, asset recommendations. Now, yesterday you said today you are saying next tomorrow now you say the other day. The right time will never be there. All you have to do, we have fund management. And how does this fund management work? This fund management, outside the classes, because G-Wing is a foreign trading institute, outside the classes, this fund management, G-Wing manages your fund for you. For those of them not able to come for the classes or being around for the classes or whatever they are doing, G-Wing manages for you. But if I were you, you will undergo the trainings. You will be there for Saturday. This Saturday is exclusively free. All you have to do is to send I do to 081 48 93 7861. 081 48 93 7861. The time is 12 p.m. 52 Psychiatric Hospital Road, Rumomoy, Rumibo, 52 Psychiatric Hospital Road. And I and my team will attend to you, will reply you, will come to your aid. Now, a good forest institute is not known by how well the founder is doing. If I come here telling you I've traveled around the world, If I come here telling you I own different cars, if I come here telling you a whole lot of things, that's very bad. A good forest institute, a good forest academy, be it copy trade, fund management, whatever, is reflected in the life of her clients. So if I'm the one speaking to you here and I'm the only one making it, that simply means you are doing nothing. But go out. I'm not saying you should take me by my words. Search on your phone, G-Wing FS. Go out, ask people, ask the clients that have been with G-Wing FX. Use it, vet to know how well we have been doing. You have been seeing us here for years, right? You've been seeing us here for years. Now, so ask. G-Wing is a company built brick by brick, block by block, and that's why every year you continue to see us here. Every single year. Some of us have been listening to me for the past 5 years, for the past 4 years. Some people have been listening to me for even more than that. So go and ask about us. You don't have to take me by my words. Just go. Talking about risk and losses in the market, risk and losses in the market. Remember, I was once like you. I shared with us here the last time I came. If you have ever been in the state of indecision, should I do this? Should I not do this? You want to take a step, a particular step in life. Your mind is hindering you. Your mind is telling you not to do that. I understand the fears outside because a lot of persons, I mean, especially those of them that have traded before, have been in your shoe. If you have lost money in the forex market, just know that Akujo B. Godwin, the founder of G-Wing Forex Trading Institute, has been in your shoe. In fact, I've lost money in this forex market. But when the trajectory changed, everything changed. That is why with G-Wing FS, we don't just teach you what is on the chart. We don't show you what is on the chart. We hold you by your hands because we know your flaws. I know your flaws. I've been through what you've been through. I lost money. So, talking about the risk and the rest, we know what are involved. Things involved. Now, are there losses in the market? Now, let me tell you this. One of the things that encouraged me when I was having difficulties those years trading. Now, look at black. We have white. You can't have black without having white. You can't have anything, or you can't know anything known as good without bad or evil. At the same time, you are making losses because people are making profit. You that have been trading, you are making losses because there are people somewhere making profit. So what is it that G-Wing FS is doing, making profit, that you in your house, in your flat, you are not doing and making profit? This is not a joke. That is what we are talking about this Saturday. Imagine making 50 pips daily, 50 pips with G-Wing FS. We hold you by your hand. I mean, the year is just fresh. We are about entering February right now. Doing it, trying it, taking that step from now to even the mid-year. Remember, can you imagine, or just imagine the success rate you are going to have? And that is why limiting risk has to do with adequate knowledge. This one is for you, 50 pips daily for 50 days. 50 pips daily for 50 days. We have access to fund management. We manage your fund for those of them maybe outside the country and the rest. Not only that, we have free scholarship. We are giving out free scholarship. You that is coming, you still have access to 1.5 million naira. You still have access to free scholarship. Come to G-Wing FS. You will see. Don't take me by my words. You said, I do. Remember, I said you have access, or you have the ability to own part of the company, right? You send I do to 081 4893 7861. 081 4893 7861. Now, some of us, I call again, 081 4893 7861. Some of you have already made up your mind to start forex for long. Something holds you back. Remember, I said it's natural and survival instinct. Your brain is not built for you to succeed. Your brain is built to survive. So whenever you try to do something you've not done before, your mind will try to make you, oh, don't do this, you will kill you, to do this, you've not done this before. It's just like when trying to cross a river you've not crossed before, or those of us that travels on the sea. That first time you got to the sea, what happened when you saw the water, or when you were on that particular sea, sailing? What happened when you saw the water? Your mind flew. That is survival instinct. Your mind can even tell you, don't try, you will die, you will die, you will die, you will die. But the moment you say today, the next day, your brain will synchronize that yes, you have overcome it before, you can also overcome it again. So if you're having that fear, just know it's survival instinct. Your own duty is to push yourself. And some of you, your friends, now I keep telling people, if you have made up your mind and your friends somewhere, anything that is bigger than somebody's capacity, it will be difficult for the person to reciprocate. Someone who does not know the rudiments of forest, because this forest market has to do with the global market. For forest to close, that simply means all the banks in the world has to close. So the business you are coming to do is the business that is done all over the world. All over the world, your commercial banks, your central banks, all the banks in the world. All you just need is adequate knowledge. So come and know the secret of G-Wing FX. It's exclusively free. This seminar is exclusively free. We are not taking a dime from you. All you just have to do, be on your best outfit. The time is 12 p.m. Remember to be on time. Don't just come casually. Be on your best outfit, because lives are being changed. This is 2026. There is nothing like new year, new life. Your life is not changed as the new year advances. No, or as the year advances. What happens is you are the one to tell yourself, I'm ready to change. So all you have to do, remember, 50 pips daily for 50 days. We take you through fund management. We also have access to classes and the rest. All you have to do is to send I do to 081 4893 7861. 081 4893 7861. And G-Wing FX and her team, we acknowledge you. You will receive an acknowledgement, except you don't receive an acknowledgement. Limited slot, come on time.
I just have a question. You assured those listening of profit on 50 pips.
Yes.
One lot size, I suppose.
That's what is called lot size in the forex market. Lot size is the volume we use in entering the market.
So 50 pips, you said $500.
50 pips, one standard lot is $500.
So that'll be one lot size.
That's one lot size. 50 pips for two standard lots, that's about $1,000. I'm just using on the average, which is one.
So 50 pips, one lot size.
One lot size is $500.
$500.
Yes.
That's the assurance you're giving.
That's it.
The forex market is a global market.
It's a global market.
So it means that you don't have complete control over the market.
As a company as big as G-Wing FX is, we don't have 1% control of the forex market. The forex market is decentralized, and that's the benefit and good part of the trading.
So how you assured of profits all the time?
That's where expertise comes in. That's where the work comes in. If you want to become a medical doctor, you don't go through the process. You don't go learning. You want to become a surgeon. You don't go learning the use of the tools and the rest. You end up killing people.
Okay.
That's where the expertise comes through experience and adequate knowledge and practicals.
Is it possible that a person that is expected to make 50 pips profit or $500, right?
Yes.
Could lose $1,000 if the market goes south?
Even more than that.
All right, we have to go.
Even more than that, if there is no adequate knowledge, that is why I am here for you, G-Wing FS. Remember, on that day, hold my hand.
We have to go.
As a client, hold my hand. We take you through.
Thank you so much, Mr. Godwin.
Thank you so much.
We'll return to our conversation in a bit. Thank you for staying with us.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM. For the latest news and exciting sports updates, your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information. Have you ever been in a situation where you had to pay a fine for an indictment? Then you later found out that there was an already established law to protect you from that penalty. Have you ever been denied a position because of your gender or disability? Have you ever been discriminated, treated unfairly, assaulted or cheated by your landlord, employer, tax collectors, bank, family, business partners, and the police? What if the breach between you and justice is just the right knowledge? I'm sure you've heard that knowledge is power. Join us every Saturday, 10 to 10:30 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the program The Law Today, to get acquainted with your legal rights and beneficial interests as a citizen of Nigeria. The Law Today, 10 to 10:30 a.m. every Saturday, is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Thank you all for staying with us. Let me introduce other members of the panel, and we are moving on. We're moving on. If eventually comes out to say my observations about what Akpabio said and what's been reported are at variance, great. If they're also in sync, great. I'm not the one to prove that Akpabio is innocent or guilty of anything. It is what I've observed, and I'm going to leave it there. Engineer Kiadom Richard Dekai, MNSE, 2019 governorship candidate, publicity secretary concerned, patriotic ex-governorship candidate, River State G1. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, the very good people of River State, Nigeria inclusive.
Maki Tanen Adubabare, Esquire, solicitor and advocate, as well as notary public of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, social political analyst and mentorship coach. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Morning, everyone there within the voice shot of the studio. I can tell you validly without more, there was a country.
Professor Emmanuel Warner, Professor of Political Economy and a Development Consultant, University of Port Harcourt. Prof, welcome.
Thank you very much, Kelly.
Let us go to the protests by some people against the enforcement of the ban on the sale of sachet and PET bottles of alcohol. I think that's right. Yeah. Sale of alcohol in sachet or PET bottles. Well, NAFDAC DJ has come out to speak. This has gone on for. In fact, she said when she was appointed, she didn't know anything like sale of alcohol in sachet. What is that? Yeah, well, I never. What I put about? I don't know that they sell us alcohol in sachet. But now she has enough experience to know that it is real. It's very, very real. Well, she said a lot has happened over the years. They had 5 years to make adjustments. Last year, there was a lot of push for it not to be enforced. National Assembly said they should enforce it. And now she said what they are doing, they are simply enforcing the law. They are simply enforcing the law. So what has she done? I know we've talked about this over and over again, but since people are saying, oh, we're going to lose a lot of money. Oh, people will get into poverty. Jobs will be lost and so on and so forth. But I answer the same question I've been asking over and over again. Between the dangers of these products distributed the way they are distributed, small bottle, 100 naira, sachet, maybe because of inflation now, even the sachet will be around 200 or 250. I don't know how much they sell it.
100 naira.
It's still 100 naira.
There are different sizes, different sizes of the sachet, different types.
Oh, okay, so you can still buy 100 naira.
Yes, different.
Okay, and then the small bottles will still be around that same range, right? Between that, the dangers of this, which we've talked about over and over again, and the business projections of those that are actively involved in this business, please, what should come first? Ajibabari.
Well, I want to lay a background because my antennas are placed in an unusual position now in the light of current realities on ground in this country. I'm a lawyer. But when in my capacity as a solicitor and advocate as well as notary public of the Supreme Court, rather refer and prefer and make a prayer that in Nigeria presently constituted should not happen to anybody, then you know that something is fundamentally wrong somewhere. So on this very issue, what matter to me is, though I don't drink alcohol, but my father told me a story which will permanently remain with me. I'll tell my children never to venture into it. So that is another day. Now, are they talking about the genuineness of the drink? Because in the light of current economic realities, go and ask Pig Milk. When it was planting, just like DHL, were the king, until other sachet other milk, now realize the economic realities on the ground and they migrated into sachet. I'm sure somebody who has interest of Pig Milk search through the dashboard of other companies that went into sachet while they were hanging on their team, right? And when they saw the drop of the millions that lie with what you may call quote-unquote population, Pig Milk had no alternative. The same quality, but they had to go for sachets to make sure that they get a chunk of that, because that's where the money is. It is consistency, not how much money you make per time. So in this circumstance, I want to ask, are they being moved by religious sentiment? You should know where I'm coming from.
Who are they? Are you referring to NAPDAC?
No,
or
not necessarily
the protesting group?
Those who we want to benefit from alcohol VAT, but we tell you that it is a sin.
No, I'm not sure that's what this.
I'm asking a very simple question.
No,
like
that's
I gave you the example of
that's
Pig
what I'm
Milk.
asking. That's what I'm asking. Who are they? Because yes, your example is a valid example.
Good.
I understand that the concept is about sales.
Yes.
It's really about sales.
Yes.
A lot of persons may not be able to. If Pig Milk had remained in the sachet, at least for the powdered milk, the example you use.
Yes.
If they had remained at that price value, right? Not a lot of Nigerians will be able to afford it. So they reduced it now to what you can buy for 230 naira per sachet. That's for the powdered one. I don't know about the liquid one.
The liquid.
Right? That's.
But maintain the same quality.
I don't even know about that. That's not even my concern.
That is the key thing.
But the concept is how do we get into the lower earning people in the market?
That's it.
That's the concept.
And that's
it's the same concept that has been introduced for the sale of alcohol.
Fine.
Now, NAFDAC says this concept has exposed it to underage people that can simply just take from their pockets. It's not expensive now. Every street they sell it. Take, buy, take, drink, move on. You can come back. You make 20 naira, you go and take, tear, drink, come back, buy it again. NAFDAC said, we have seen that this is a problem health-wise. A lot of children are now taking alcohol because it is available everywhere and it is cheap. Why? Because of a concept that allows it to be available to the market. They have taken years to streamline it, allow the producers to innovate and take that away so that you reduce the danger. Manufacturers say, no, what you are proposing is going to hurt our business significantly. Now that is in the era where we are saying, we have allowed 5 years, we have allowed 1 year for it to happen. It's not happening. We are enforcing. So I'm asking, my question is, between the dangers that this scheme portends and the visible dangers of drivers who just drink, enter steering, boom, Not all of them get accidents, but some of them get involved in accidents. People die as a result of it. Children lose their minds. Manufacturers say, now between this obvious danger, that you don't need statistics to affirm that this is what is happening, and the manufacturers insisting that their business will run at huge losses, which should we take? That's the question.
Good. You have answered my question. And that is to say that quality remains. So that one is not tampered with. Because if it was adulterated, that's another angle they could come in. You understand it? To safeguard that this is not up to quality. But now we have rested that the quality is still top gear. But the accessibility with which people could get access to it, it's just like gambling industry. Kelly, if you know what gamble has done, and like a ocean floodgate. So to me, there is a root cause, as I always tell you about base structural analysis. What is leading to this? I can tell you that most people who are into alcohol are not like those who are into drugs. They want to wave away something. Because when you get into this thing, when you are carried away, it gives you a temporary sense of forgetting what the realities are. I can tell you the majority of the people who are into this drinking of this stuff you are talking about is as a result of their current economic realities. I can tell you that one for free. So I think NAFDAC should be able to make recommendation that we handle part of this is poverty, not necessarily interested in the health of the children per se. Do you understand? That's my own perspective. There, if certain economic benefits are on ground, good life is on ground, there are things that people can migrate from. If you get to the gambling industry and know what is happening and the harm that thing has done to the life of young people in this country, then you can understand what this is all about. If they are not saying, okay, we are going to close down this, that will not, I don't think that is going to be a solution. If they want to ban alcohol, let them go outright and ban alcohol. I tell you that, Kelly, because as far as young people can move, Kelly, if you doubt me, leave your phone in the hand of your children. You know that there's a generational gap.
So let me ask you a question. Police is not effective. Police is not effective, right?
Yes.
If 10 persons sought out to commit a crime, they set out to commit a crime, 10 persons, they mark their location. On arriving at the location, we see a police van parked with officers armed, positioned there. Would the 10 of them insist on continuing with that crime?
If you are raising this question to analyze what we just discussed, I'll tell you, in international we say, non-convenient. It does not.
Okay. Professor Warner.
Yes, Kelly. First, let me say that every process has a unit of opposites. What that means is that you always have two sides of a coin. You have disadvantages, advantages of a process. So what matters here as a matter of choice is which part of it is it the advantage or the disadvantage that weighs the other, and then that will form your choice. And I realize and I know that from our understanding of economics, there are certain ways the government can checkmate or stop the production of certain goods and services. First is outright ban, and then there could be the manipulation in terms of taxation, imposition of tax. It's quite obvious that although not limited to consumption of sachet alcohol, because we know there are other things that put our young boys very high as they claim to be. But I think we need to also start at this level, because what it means that is getting to vulnerable population. Those who are not in the first instance, they are supposed to have, consume some of the thing. But even though this when we were in the village, when we used to, they used to send us to go and buy kai, ekwedeshi. The old man or woman would say, please, my son, use this father bottle and go and buy me kai. And then the man would spit on the floor. Say, if this thing dries up, your buttocks will dry up. So we just rinse off.
Hurry.
Then, yes, come and make sure that. But the emphasis is, some person will be coming back with the kai. We tend to taste. You've tasted before. But most in the rare cases, something like that. But this one is a situation where it is made available because of aggressive marketing. People want to make, they make profit, they reach out to the least population, So, but the point is that if you have a responsive and responsible government, a government that understands the implication of this in terms of, the social vulnerability of the dependent age bracket, not even the blended age bracket. For most of them that, give services to the people in terms of those who drive us and all that, you realize that the government will sit up ab initio to say, look, having looked at this analytically, we don't need this thing to be produced in sachet. Because we want to make profit, we are having this advantage of producing people or having a population that could not or that cannot control, those kind of delinquencies. So please don't produce this kind of product in this form because of what the implication. So we are trying to guide you and so ensure that you produce it at this quantity at this level. They can be guided by that. Or government can decide to, okay, because you want to produce. So we are going to increase your tax. Because if you increase tax, what it means therefore is that you are increasing the cost of production of that particular.
And the price would also be higher.
Exactly. So what that means
making it less accessible by those that cannot afford it.
Beautiful and the spirit. So making it less accessible to that population. So that will also help to check, the consumption of this particular sachet alcohol by this vulnerable group. And then at the same time, it also is that a company or organization wants it. They can also be producing at this other level, so that you don't lose everything at the same time. Okay.
So at this point, my question is, NAFDAC says we're going on with the enforcement. That's what NAFDAC just said.
Yeah,
we're enforcing the ban.
Exactly.
The manufacturers say you're hurting our business.
Yeah, but NAFDAC is an agency of government.
Yes.
So every government determines what happens within its polity.
Do you think they should insist on the enforcement?
Yeah, they should.
Yeah, Kelly, NAFDAC should go ahead. We've talked about this over time. Possibly those who have not seen the effects on the populace is those that will encourage it to continue. If you go to the villages and all over the places, it's a fingertip. And you can see a young man, the next 1 minute is in the shop, a kiosk by, and he has picked it. In fact, some they put it in their pockets. So the health implications of this thing is very, very dangerous and it's affecting the entire system. Fine, it's affecting their business. But there are other ways the manufacturers can go about their business. They can maintain the price that will now make it so difficult for the common persons to buy it.
But they're fighting because that reduces their profit. Apparently, it would seem that these PET bottles and sachets gives them more money because they seem to have access to a larger
market
mass of the population that are poor with much money to buy.
We should not look at that to the head implications of people. We should look at the head wise first that their own profit. We should not look at their own money. The money profit should not outweigh what the health of the nation should be.
So that should stay on the ban.
Go ahead and do the banning.
Mr. Arochukwu.
Well, my own problem is the health implication of it because NAFDAC, like every other state institution, has failed. First of all, we're supposed to know there are state institutions that should check the standard quality of entire supermarket. That is not being done. The standards or the quality of those things, I suspect seriously, is too low. In most instances, are not even fit for human consumption. Assuming with
you even have issues with quality.
Yeah, the quality. What is the quality? Who certifies that it's good for human consumption in the first instance? Because if we certify it's good for human consumption, then the problem is half solved. Then we begin to think of accessibility because people can only assess what is good for them, what will promote health. Okay, what is the quality of this? I doubt the quality of those. In fact, many people buy those things and they don't know exactly what they are buying. The only thing they know is that it makes them high. But some of them will tell you from labelling. Some of them don't have a known address. There is no source for it. If you put an average alcoholic beverage, they can tell you this is Nigeria breweries. This is this breweries. Yeah, But it is not like those things. Some of them are just wine substances in a PET bottle. Somebody put an empty. What have you taken? Are you taking kai? Are you taking the bottle? No, that is at one level. Then at the other level of accessibility, some of them are already going into bottles.
But they've always been in bottles.
Some of them have always. I'm talking of some of these. Some of them
are. So they've migrated into bottles.
Some of them are migrated into bottles. And in fact, I think that the one they bring is but it's just for the poorest of the poor. Because you go to some big shops, you see some of them in big bottles. And I know the quality of that in a big bottle. Okay? I know the quality of that in that big bottle you see in those shops. It's not the same thing with what these people are drinking in our villages. Because if it cannot be the same thing, So, and this thing is reinforcing this concept of highness, or should I say drug intake by use. Okay? It's not safe. You see a situation as early as 5:30, 6 a.m., even 4 a.m. after 4, you see people already gathered in all those small shops getting these things, and it's becoming a problem. So we shouldn't only stop it. But if the people produce it, since their business is being destroyed, NAFDAC should monitor what they're doing, put it to standard. They can now put it in bottles. Okay, or some other containers that is easily identifiable. But the health of people is first. But the way and manner is being distributed now. Because if I go and put ethanol in design and put ethanol and hang it in any of these places.
Raw ethanol.
Yes, and mix it with some quantity of water to dilute it. Will anybody know what I'm saying? Telling. I say I get ethanol, put it in a sachet, design a sachet, put it in it, put it in the carton of any company whatsoever, bring it up and sell it. The people, the only thing they want to get on that thing is to it's a part of part of why those things are selling is driven by frustrations. That's it. Driven by economic downturn in society. So a young man wakes up in the morning, he has no job, he has no means of survival, and they say it, I feel like getting high. It also assists in crime. But you need to take those things that assist you to go and do what they call hustle. When the word hustle comes, know that crime is involved. Okay?
Ginger yourself.
That aids you to hustle. If it's for the female, it enables you to have sex, and things like that. Such things. So our system ought to have regulated what enters the market in the first instance. What enters the market? The increasing case of impotency among the youth. Teenage boys are getting impotent. The other time they complain of one kind of treatment or the other. All these things cannot be divorced from this reckless intake of some of these substances, which we don't have the history, we don't know where it came from. You just saw it and it makes you high. That is the only quality. And once it makes you high, you take it and that's it. So they should enforce the ban, but beyond enforcing the ban, if the producers insist, let us assess and know exactly who is producing what, from where. Some of these things come from Ghana. Who is regulating how they enter this country? Some of them come from other Africa. They claim it's herbs. Let's know exactly what the Nigerian people are consuming.
Exactly. Kelly, I think the question is talking about which herb is more than the other. Good. Well, if I start producing something and there are varieties of one that will come, and then maybe the regulatory body like NAFDAC came out and said, don't be selling this small one because it makes it very easily accessible to the younger ones. And there are health risks associated to this. They have not stopped my business. They have not. Because of the health risk associated with this, they are merely saying, be selling it at those standard bottles. Because remember, there was a time this sachet started coming out. It has not been part of it all along. So where are the producers that are crying? So they should be happy. Billions upon billions of naira should be flooded into their account, and our children should be becoming wayward and all that. Some of them dying and suffering some diseases. I think now that should go ahead and force the ban and stop it. Tighten the noose completely. It's not a matter of see, Kelly, if you know what children are doing, I know how many times I have changed them early in the morning when they come to all these small places and buying all those things. The children, the parents won't know that even the money you gave to buy, whether akara or whatever, they've diverted into sachet alcohol. You see a child that car is coming, his fat wobbling and entering. You don't know that something has caused that. Somebody somewhere is making billions and don't want it stopped. Let them go through bottles and all the rest of them. Anybody who wants to go and drink himself to death, so as you're not dog, go and die. You are not owing your life anybody but to God.
Okay. Let's come to real talk, eh? I don't want to use my mouth and explain it, so let me play it and then ask a question. It's better to play it and ask the question this morning. Then we'll make progress from there. Let's listen.
See, there are things I've not come on this station to say. I know this politics very well. I've been around for a very long time. I don't want people come and talk. When that thing happen, they are the settle. The one that would people who come and talk on television will be different from the one that is happening. And on this state issue, what people want to tell you on television is different from what's happening. And the person of the governor knows that, okay, let me say this again. You have mentioned that if I am a minister and and I'm able to control your House of Assembly, then something is wrong with it. It's because you're weak. If you are weak, I said that you are weak. If you are and I'm the one controlling 27 members of your House of Assembly, you only have 3, and the 3 are not even coming to the House again. So that is all the entire members of the House of Assembly are the one controlling, and you are the governor of Rivers. I beg, you should agree that you are weak. You should come to me and say, if you control the political structure, and you are the governor, then you should come to the one controlling all this structure, and you are the governor. Then you should, if you are wise, you should come to me and do the one that the driver people will say, do tally for this. The governor should come and beg. You carry your leg up. He should come and beg now. The governor should come and beg the minister.
Mr. Laika, have you now acknowledged by proxy that this impeachment notice is the...
Listen, if you are a governor and you cannot control any structure in your state, then what kind of governor are you? Then the other person is controlling your structure. If the person is stronger than you politically, so come and do tally for the person now. So
is this an acknowledgement in the reverse that Mr. Nyesom Wike is the one actually behind the impeachment of the Rivers State governor?
It is the House of Assembly is behind the impeachment, so if Fubara does not want impeachment, he knows what to do. It's political navigation. He should know. Don't come and be whipping public. Come and beg me now.
Engineer Deka, factual or exaggeration? I can start from anywhere.
Did he start from India?
That was Larry Lanka speaking, by the way. Factual or exaggeration?
Kelly, you see, like one thing I keep saying on this issue of River State, one very good thing about the old station is that they are of one family. Everybody, as it stands today, as in government of River State, are products, sole products of His Excellency, the FCT Minister. So, whatever little disagreements that is happening, needed to return to base. Needed to return to base for the betterment. And I keep emphasizing, I will get fully into what like I said. But let me lay this. Needed to return back to base, your source, for the betterment and the development of River State, which is not paramount than anything that we're saying. So if, like he said, the government is not controlling the assembly, it's a problem to any common person who knows the game. The game of politics is all about you scratch my back, I scratch your back. And the assembly is a very pivotal instrument to the government of the state. So definitely, you must control at least some aspect of it that will give you a leverage to where you want to get to. But in this case, like you said, the 27th are for the minister. And I don't want to go the route of...
Sorry, he said the government is a weak politician.
No,
Do you agree?
I'm coming.
You're wasting too much time.
No. You started with me, so let me...
You're rabble-rousing.
I'm saying...
Larry Lanka is straight to the point. My question is straight to the point.
Like I said,
we all know the foundations. We talk about this thing for years. Now we've been on the matter for years. So why are you rolling?
No, but you just coming out with a statement now, so we need to make this clear to people who possibly don't know about what we're talking about.
You mean there are people in River State that don't know, they don't have a foundation of this crisis?
Kelly,
they are tired of talking about it.
No. Some people might not be aware of what's going on.
Okay, let me give them a background. In over 2 years, Governor Fobra has been fighting with Yeson Wike. In over 2 years, Governor Fobra has not been able to win over some of the members of the House of Assembly. In over 2 years. Wike, using the emergency rule and whatever they did, literally controls the local government areas. The House of Assembly members are loyal to Yeson Wike. Larry says, if as a governor you've not been able to break into that fold, it shows that you're a weak politician. If Wike is in Abuja and is controlling, come and beg Wike so that he can have peace. I'm asking the question, factual or an exaggeration or even boastful?
Kelly, I just said everybody, both the governor, the assembly, and the chairman and all whatnot are product of His Excellency, the former governor of the university, the ST minister. So I don't think anybody should be able to limit things out of this. You can't fight where you are source. So looking at you said weekly foreign fighting. No, it's a mere little disagreement. The fathers can always sit down to put themselves together and so on and move on.
Well, the truth of the matter, the fact speaks for itself. Because according to the background you give, not that we get literally controls the local governments and obviously controls the House of Assembly, and he has shown political capacity. If we are to go through a brutal political analysis, he has everything is sort of ordinary.
Yes, okay.
Exactly, and it is clear politically. When you look at it morally, that is when you begin to say, look, this is the governor, give this a chance, allow the state to grow. You have done your 8 years, nobody disturbed you. Why not give the young man support? That is at the moral, and a politician doesn't reason like that. And the political analyst must be extremely brutal in his choice of words, in his PS and insights analysis, because we are trying to look at the situation as they are, as at today, and then the enable us get where we are going to, because the game of politics can never be emotional. The end product we can begin to talk about societal progress and this. But at the level of power struggle, it must be very brutal and bloody. So at the level of politics, yes, Lanka is very correct. Then what Fubra will do to get himself out of the mess is entirely his own challenge. It's entirely his own problem. If he chooses to go prostrate, and that is his way of saying, no, good and fine. If he chooses now to fight it through, somebody like me personally will fight it through. I would prefer to stand fighting and lose fighting at giving my level of ideology, because as I told you, my understanding of power is that it must be violent and it must be bloody and it must be, it's a war to me. That is my understanding of power. Okay? So, if you choose it, because historically, what Nigerian politicians have done, you can see how I see in Kano. He has moved on. He doesn't care how Congress feels. He doesn't care the analysis Congress is giving.
We have to go for the news. When we come back, we'll find on this. Please stay with us.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Miracle Emmanuel. Senator Ali Ndume, who represents Borno South in the National Assembly, has criticized President Bola Tinubu's inner circle, alleging that the president is being poorly served by advisors who lack political understanding and grassroots connection. Speaking during a television program, Ndume said growing dissatisfaction in the north could have electoral consequences if urgent steps are not taken to address prevailing concerns. The law Maker said Northern leaders made efforts to engage the president constructively, noting that he personally participated in meetings between Tinubu and Northern elders. According to Ndume, despite assurances from the president, the engagement process stalled shortly afterwards. While absolving Tinubu of direct blame, Ndume argued that the president's problems stemmed from lawyers. Relying on Section 6, subsection 6b and 36, subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, as well as relevant provisions of the Court of Appeal rules, the appellants argued that they have already prepared and exhibited a notice of appeal. They maintain that the appeal raises serious, arguable, and recondite points of law with strong prospects of success. The dispute arose from an indefinite strike embarked upon last week by workers of the Federal Capital Territory Administration over what unions described as the authorities' failures to address long-standing labor and welfare demands. On Tuesday, the National Industrial Court ordered workers of the FCTA payroll to suspend the strike, saying that while the matter constituted a trade dispute, the right of workers to embark on industrial action was not absolute once the dispute had been referred to the court. The Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria, SCSN, has warned that it will not recognize or legitimize any election conducted under compromised conditions, stressing that the credibility of Nigeria's democratic process must be protected ahead of 2027 general elections. The Council made its position known at its annual pre-Ramadan lecture and General Assembly held in Abuja, attended by Islamic scholars, traditional and community leaders, professionals, representatives of Islamic organizations, and members of the media. Speaking at the gathering, the president of the council, Bashir Umar, said public confidence in democratic institutions, especially those responsible for elections, was critical to national stability. He warned that democratic legitimacy could not exist without integrity, adding that elections presided over by individuals with questionable character would lack credibility and public trust. The Council expressed concern over developments surrounding the leadership of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, noting that elections conducted under a cloud of compromised integrity would not be acceptable. It also condemned violence and terrorism in all forms, noting that Muslim communities had been disproportionately affected, while emphasizing that every human life, regardless of religion, was sacred. And on the foreign scene, dozens of people have been reported killed following a drone attack by Sudan's paramilitary Rapid Support Forces (RSF) on the town of Diling in South Kordofan State. According to local media sources, the suicide drone struck multiple locations in Diling, including the headquarters of the Sudanese Army's 54th Brigade and town's central market. The attack came a day after the Sudanese Armed Forces (SAF) announced that they had broken a nearly 2-year RSF siege on Diling, restoring control over key supply routes. Since the lifting of the siege, Diling has reportedly faced repeated drone attacks that have destroyed public facilities and caused civilian deaths. Sudan has been engulfed in a brutal conflict between the RSF and the SAF since April 2023.
In a world of uncertainty, there is a place of safety, a place of strength, a place of divine refuge. Join us at Abundant Life Evangelical.
Nri ọbụla m siri ga-enwe nri ụtọ ọma dịkwa mma iri eri ma jupụta n'ịhụnanya.
Anyị na-anụ gị Maggi Star dị n'okpukpu abụọ ụtọ gbara abụọ ihe dị mfe gbara abụọ mana ọ bụkwa ụtọ ahụ ịtụkwasịrị obi. Maggi Star okpukpu abụọ eji so ya rụrụ arụ mee ya na ihe ndị ọzọ na-edozi ahụ maka nnukwu ekpomekpo na-akwa agwa ka naanị Maggi nwere ike iweta n'efere gị.
Ọ na-atọ ezigbo ụtọ.
Weta Maggi double cube taa mụ na Maggi kwekọrịtara nke ọma.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Maureen from Non's Luxury Homes joins us now. Hi, Maureen. Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
So tell us what you do and the offer for today.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, so Non's Luxury Home Limited don't carry better G's. Come meet una for this morning. They introduced Non's Flourish Estate Omagwa at Imogu near Cattle's Filling Station. Omagwa with a better promo price of 2.5 million naira. Yes, they hear me, 2.5 million naira na the outright payment for the land be that. This land when they tell you so now just that from that Omagwa station to that Imogu community by that Cattle's Filling Station now there the land this land now 2.5 million naira. But if you no get that 2.5 million naira to pay for outright payment, you feel pay as low as 1 million naira, then we go help you spread the remaining one for like 6 months or 3 months. This land na correct investment. People they rush because quality no they come cheap. So make I call our phone number for people when they hear me. So me una collect our phone number na me una they call us. They come our office for the land. Our phone number na 0808 414 6285. Make I call them again 0808 414 6285. Or if you call this first one, you know go. If you call our second number, when be 0913 238 2724. And we also get land for Non's Garden Estate on Magwa. That one are just 5 minute drive from International Airport roundabout to AP Junction. That AP Junction now we get where they call Agwawure. Now there the land day. That one now 2 million naira for where the land day. And that one are buy and build table land. Even this non-flourish estate too now buy and build, because even right now as they talk to you, they don't degrade the place. Your own are just to bring your money, give, or then you start your foundation immediately, because you know they allow landlord and landlady they take advantage of you every year. Why not use that 2.5 million naira, secure yourself a land when be say after some years you go still increase value for you, even 3 months the land don't increase value for you. So hurry now, collect your 2 million naira. Come Non's Garden Estate Omagwa near AP Junction Aguwere. Come pick your land when be 2 million naira. That one if you pay, if you don't get that 2 million naira for outright payment, if you pay as low as 1 million naira, then we go help you spread the remaining balance for like 3 months or 6 months. But the one when be non-flourish estate, that one are 2.5 million naira for outright payment. But we go still help you again. They still help you break that one. Now you go first pay your first deposit of 1 million naira. Then we go help you break am for like 3 months and 6 months. My brother, my sister, as they hear me, so you they collect our number. Come they call us, may we can show you where the land dey. Our phone number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And our second number na 0913 238 2724. Our office address there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali. As you they come, no, just come. Non's Luxury Home Limited now. Land when be say na buy and build, no hidden fee, no community levy, no community wahala. Just come. with that your 2.5 million naira, we go carry you, go show you. And the best part be say we dey allocate you immediately. As you dey pay us, we know they give you story. We know they tell you say make you go come say before after 1 week before we allocate you. No, as you dey pay, we dey carry that, we dey allocate you immediately. We still dey give you 50 block. May you take start your foundation, because we dey, as I dey talk to you, so they don't grade the place. Your own na to come, then start your foundation, start your building immediately. You no need to do any stress for that land. Now to you not to start your foundation immediately. And we also they give free deed of conveyance when you take buy the land. May you for know say yes, this land na your own, na your document be that. This place when I they tell you, so now just 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout to Omagwa station by that Imogu community at Cattle's filling station. Then the second one will be Non's Garden Estate. That one there for AP Junction, still 5 minute drive to AP Junction, Agwawure. Now there we this land the land na buy and build, na dry land when be say people they rush am, they buy am every time. So may you they as they hear me, you they hurry up, come collect this land, because this land na better location na in this land. They are na buy and build. No be any forest. People don't already they live for there. We they sell on 2.5 million naira because we won't make everybody be landlord and landlady for the area. Even people around there they say 3.5, but we say make everybody get their own land. So make I call our phone number again, make una collect my number. Our number again na 0808 414 6285. Make I call am again 0808 414 6285. And our second number na 0913 238 2724. Our inspection days now every day from Monday to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. As you they come, we they carry you with our vehicle, go show you where the land. They will not they tell you may you pay transport or may you carry yourself. Now we they use our own transport, our own vehicle. They carry you, go show you where the land they. And as you they buy, we they allocate you immediately. We know they tell you say may you wait for some time. No, and nobody go worry you for that place when that land they. So come with your 2.5 million naira, come get your land for non-flourish estate Omagwa. Or if you don't check yourself, say this 2.5 million, you know go fee make that one. Then if you still collect 2 million naira, come buy from Non's Luxury Home, Non's Garden Estate Omagwa. That one too na very good land. And a table land, no water log, no community problem, no hidden fee. Just come with 2.5 million naira. Non's Flourish Estate na your own. Then you still come with 2 million naira again. Non's Garden Estate na your own. So make a call our phone number, make una still call us again. Our phone number na 0808 414 6285. Our number na 0808 414 6285. And our second number na 0913 238 2724. Our office address there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritale. Come, our office they open 24 hours. Come collect this land when everybody they rush, because 2.5 million are very cheap if you know where the location of this land they.
Okay, so let's go over it again. The locations of the two lands.
Yes, sir.
The locations.
Okay, if you are coming from airport roundabout, it's just 5 minute drive to Omagwa station. From that Omagwa station, you get where community where they call Imogu by Cattle's filling station. Now in that non-flourish estate, that one will be 2.5 million naira. Then if you still they come from International Airport roundabout to AP Junction, around there get one road where they call Agwawure community. Now there down the land, then that one too now still 5 minute drive to where the land they.
Okay.
Yes.
How much are they selling for?
Okay, for this Non's Garden Estate now, 2 million naira for
Okay.
Non's Garden Estate. Then Non's Flourish Estate now 2.5 million naira.
Okay.
But for people when we say they don't get that 2.5 million naira to pay at once, they fee pay first deposit of 1 million naira. Then they go come spread the remaining one for like 3 months or 6 months, depend on how their hand go fit carry and reach. Yes. Now
Your phone numbers again and physical address.
Okay, our phone number is 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And our second number na 0913-238-2724. Our office address there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali. Come and we look forward to see you now.
Thank you so much, Maureen from Non's Luxury Homes, for making the time to be here this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Let's return to our conversation. Please stay with us.
All right, all you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Okay, I'll return to Mr. Arochukwu. So you are talking about Kwankwaso and Yusuf.
Yes, that Yusuf has moved on, you know. And in moving on, you can see how he was able to galvanize his people, and he has moved on.
And you would expect a fight.
And you expect a fight, and from the way he is going, he is prepared for the fight. Okay, the vital structures and institutions of government is fully at the level of Ghana, solidly behind him. All he needs is to build a national alliance. Okay, once you create your own power base, and you go ahead. Then, so that anytime you are negotiating with your boss, you negotiate from a position of strength, not from a position of weakness. So we have been going back and forth with this February, and he has enjoyed a lot of goodwill. He has enjoyed. People have supported him. People have shown sympathy to him. But sympathy alone is not capable. It cannot do the thing. Mercy, in the arena of power, you don't ask for mercy. You don't ask for mercy. You don't ask.
No, but you
pity.
can ask for mercy if your opponent has overwhelmed you.
That you have been defeated. And when you are defeated, you are captured. You are a prisoner of war.
But that's what Olarenka is saying now.
I'm agreeing with him that look, if you cannot fight, if you have evidence have shown you cannot fight, you can negotiate
For your survival.
For your survival, you can negotiate for your survival. But the message I want to leave behind is that the game of power, that the fact that I'm emotional or sympathetic to Kelly, the fact that I love him, the fact that he's on the path of right, before the law is behind you, and all these things is immaterial in the game of power. Power is power. You bulldoze your way through, and particularly in Africa, you bulldoze. You see, each time there are civil wars in Africa, people are contesting for power in all this East Africa and West Africa. They are fighting. Everybody is heading towards the capital. Whoever captures the capital and the seat of power become the winner of the war. That's the way it is. And that is the way it is. So, to me, it's not about being who is right, who is wrong. It's about who can have his way, and that ends it.
Mr. Adubabari.
Thank you very kindly. I've listened intently and intentionally to my brother Arochukwu, and I agree with him. Permit me to say this. I didn't go to Panya during the 8 years of terror of my professional colleague, Chief Ian Wike. Like I send a kind of fireworks in the morning. I'm going to take a very different dimension that may surprise you about me today. Because in the light of the realities on the ground in Nigeria, life has to be taken by force. I can say that to anybody. I listened to T.Y. Danjuma long ago. He makes certain scathing statements, and he said failure to adhere to his recommendation that we will all die one by one. When buffaloes are united, they take down the lion. It was Chinua Achebe, the writer of There Was a Country, who said that until the lion have their own historian, the story of the hunt will always favor the hunter. And that's the reality on the ground. Like morality, sympathy on river people are with Fubara. See, what makes you a superior man at the site? You hear of Jelobeja. Jelobeja can build any structure with the manpower in Port Harcourt here. It's a command and control.
Yes.
Stop there. The mixture is not up to what I want. I want you to dry in 1 hour. Pour that, increase the content of the cement. That is the experienced man talking. There are experienced people on the ground in River State behind Fubara, because there's a power that morality has. I can tell you, if Wike were in the position of Fubara, there would have been several unmarked graves in Rivers State by now. I repeat, I didn't go to Panya, I was here. It got so bad to the point that banks were rejecting C of O. He knows the implication of C of O. That's one of the highest form of business transaction when you talk about getting money and people trusting you. They were rejecting C of O from Rivers State because no one knows which C of O will revoked the next moment. It was that bad. We were all here. So I say to Fubara, it is our future they are turning with. Oh.
So,
did you know what happened when Wike is now that I'm understanding? Do you know why he shut down the model secondary school? That school alone would have placed Rivers State above Lagos.
Okay, so we're not debating Wike.
So what I'm saying to you, and I'm saying to Fubara, there are people who will do the job, and they are there. I've listened to people, and their language is pointing to that direction. Don't allow this nonsense. You know, I told you here last time, and I admitted that if Fubara had listened to my advice of saying rejecting the 8-point agenda, which was a political coup, Supreme Court would have removed him.
Do you think Olaika is right in is factual in his assessment, or is just being boastful?
He is saying what he is saying in the light of current reality, because we don't have democracy, we don't have rule of law.
So he's right.
He is right.
He's factual.
You say what?
He's factual. Let me not say right.
He's factual in the light of current realities.
Okay.
And I said to Fubara, see, the only way you can secure the future of Rivers youth and Rivers people is to confront this reality. Let the buffalo use his horn to take down the lion.
All right.
Can I even say something? I agree with him, but you see, confronting the reality now for Fubara is already belated. The time, the opportunities are gone to confront the reality. Remember, I told you if I were Fubara, I will start fighting from day one and I will die in the battlefield. I prefer to say that he was cut down than he was found by his news. Do you understand me? But as at now, this is January. By this time next year, God keeping us alive.
We are very close to the election.
We are very close to the election.
In fact, by this time next year, we'll know the candidates.
Exactly.
By September this year, we'll know.
By July this year, this administration is as good as gone. Because the crisis of election, the tension of election that will be coming from the national, will hit up the country. That everybody will be in the mood of election. So to me, for him now, because he has shown that he can evidence. Look, how do you want to show that it cannot be done? Evidence are pointing you can't do it. So what do we do now? What you do now is just find a way of packing your things, arrange your house. That's if you have the capacity to even pack your tents. Enjoy if you can enjoy, and find your way peacefully. The most important is that you go with your life.
Yeah, not a nice man at all.
That's the way I look at it.
Professor Wuna.
Yes, Kelly, it's a very interesting topic, your question you are asking. But for me, unfortunately, when I look at the issues surrounding politics in Rivers State now, I feel bad because a lot of people are obsessed with emotion rather than looking at the actualities, the real issue, the way they are supposed to be. I am an academic, and what I do with my students is that I give them balanced analysis. You don't just expose students to one line of thought, but you make the analysis to be balanced, And I say that because judging from what Lionka said, under normal circumstances, in an ideal democratic situation, you have three organs of government: the executive, legislature, and the judiciary. And we have a theory of separation of power. So when he said control, I was a bit very uncomfortable because when you say control, what that means that you expect that the executive arm of government should control the legislature, which is far from the tenets of democracy. So we need to get that very clear. You don't expect that you have that control over another independent arm of government.
Okay, so you're speaking of an idealistic situation.
Yeah, idealistic. That's why I said. I teach students in the classroom, so you should be able to give them.
So let's marry idealism with reality.
I'm coming. Now, for the other thing that is expected to happen, because if you have theory of separation of power, you also have checks and balances. Okay, so what I expect to happen is that the executive arm, through the governor, should have a very cordial working relationship with the legislative arm of government. Because they cannot work, even though they are separated, they are not operating on watertight compartments.
Okay.
There should be that cordial relationship, understanding, having in mind that they are actually there to protect the interests of the people. The interests of the people should be paramount in their hearts. But you see, you find out that because a lot of people are obsessed with emotions, and what we call prebendalism in politics. So you find people who, probably because of what they stand to get from either Fubara or Wike, they tend to lose sight of the realities on ground. And of course, the fact that we are looking at the Constitution as the ground norm through which the society is being governed. Don't lose sight of the fact that we are trying to have a generational bridge. We are trying to have or create a bridge between our own generation and generations yet unborn.
Who is trying to create?
No, what I'm saying is that from analysis of the fact that we need to look at what is expected to be the ideal situation.
So you are trying to create a bridge?
Yeah, which we now have
do you think the people care?
Well, Kelly, you see, when you want to fight a battle, you don't actually want to care whether your opponent is
the people you intend to create this bridge for, do you think they care?
Well, if they don't care, but it is important you actually play your own part, because William Shakespeare said, honor and shame for no condition arise, outwear your part, for there the honor lies. You may not have made any impact, or they may not understand what you're saying, but posterity will have pity on you for saying the word of truth. And I think that's what is important.
Okay.
And not all of them will also ignore what you have said.
Okay.
So the point I'm making is that let's divorce emotions from the actualities, from constitutional realities, the constitution we have given to ourselves.
Okay.
I like this man. It's just like in a family. Some parents who want to say, they like their first son or second son, or the third daughter or the fourth daughter. And because of that, they are blindfolded. Maybe each time the daughter or the son commits something that is not acceptable, they are blindfolded by that kind of love. And so that's exactly what is happening here. So let's begin to actually, whether it's somebody you like or not, when somebody does something wrong, be fast and be audacious to tell the person, look, this thing you have done is wrong.
Professor Wona, you're confusing us. So which side are you going? Who is?
I will learn and find out.
Okay.
Just allow me.
Because I have to open the phone lines in a bit.
Yes, the point I'm making is that, you see, on the part of the governor of Rivers State, except we are saying that the constitutional provisions, or except we are saying that those allegations leveled against him by the House of Assembly are false, except you are saying that he never did something like that, then that's when it will be that we begin to look at how emotions will play out. But as far as I'm concerned, and from the realities on ground, it is important that the constitution need to be followed to the letter.
But we're not talking about impeachment here. We're just talking about Lere's assertions.
Yeah,
in terms of political structure.
Exactly.
And why Fubara...
And if you are also listening to Lere, yes, you must have heard when he said that people report things that are not actually on ground. People report things that are not actually on ground.
So that's what we're talking about.
So what I'm saying in effect is that because of emotions, divorced from the constitutional realities. So people say things because probably they love the governor, or they have sympathy for the governor.
What do you think? Is Fubara a weak politician?
Well, we politicians, no, in the first instance, when I talked about idealism.
Let's talk about realism.
Realism, yes, because he is supposed to have a good working relationship with members of the legislature, members of the House, a working relationship. He's supposed to be working in tandem. That kind of synergy, is expected to be there between him and members of the House of Assembly.
Okay.
But because he doesn't have it, so to that extent, he is.
Do you also agree that he should go prostrating to Wike, being that Wike, even in Abuja, controls the structure of River State?
Well, when you say prostrate, that word for me is too strong.
Surrender your authority to Wike.
Yeah, no, I don't think that is what even Wike is asking for. Yes, I don't think that's what he's asking for.
If he wants harmony in the state,
for all I know,
Larry says if he wants harmony in the state,
I don't think Wike is asking that he should surrender his authority. Otherwise, why did they bring him be part of the people that made him a governor?
So why is Wike fighting?
Well, I think that I don't know. I wasn't there between him and.
No, but you just said you don't think that Wike wants him to surrender his structure or his party, right? And so I'm wondering why is Wike fighting then?
You see, what is fighting for me, from what I know about Yeso Wike, is a man that has the interest of the people at heart.
Yes, on Wike.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Very well. He's a man that has the interest of people at heart.
So Sim is not doing what benefits the people.
Yeah.
Could that be why he's fighting Sim?
Yeah, it could be.
It could be.
Yes, because for instance, hold on. For instance,
no, we are only last
for instance, let me make my point.
Yeah.
For instance, the fact that look, there are constitutional provisions. Supreme Court came up with a judgment, right?
Before we get to constitutional provisions, you have mentioned it. You have highlighted it. No, Professor Wona, you have intently highlighted these things. Perfect. Constitutional provisions, accusations against the governor, whether they are right or wrong. Before matters go to the Supreme Court, our Supreme Court made a pronouncement. The fight had started. The fight started for a reason, right? All that while, the governor has not been able to win over control. I saw a pitiable video.
Okay.
And I can't imagine I'm saying it. Some of you would have seen that video of a local government chairman holding a goat and trying to control the goat and singing, Fubara must obey Wike. Fubara must obey Wike. See, there are some things that we do in this state when it's heard or seen in civilized places. They will wonder if we're in a boundary, a country that has boundary, and then we are saying people.
And I'm not sure that person that did that thing was sent by Wike to do what he
But that's not what I've said. And I also did not call.
That's why I'm saying
no,
that.
but for a local government chairman to do that the way he did it is most despicable. And I make no apologies whatsoever. However, let's still come back to it. It's because of that same fight that person could do what he did in that video.
And got away with it.
It's because of that same fight that a lot of things have been said, right? So, two groups are fighting. They've been fighting for almost 3 years. Two groups are fighting almost 3 years. One person so far seems to have a upper hand. Clearly. His spokesperson says, Omo, if you're not fit win this person all this while, what are you wasting time? Come and prostrate so that you can have peace. And I said, the governor, go and surrender that authority to Wike so that Wike will tell you when to stand, when to sit, when to come to the airport, when to use the jet, when not to use the jet, when to attend governor's forum meeting, when not to attend governor's forum meeting, who to pay, who not to pay, whose contractor to use, which one not to use. That is the authority in some people's thinking that he's being asked to surrender. So if Wike is not looking for that, what is he looking for?
Kelly, you're also aware that for almost 2 times now, the president has intervened in this matter. And we are told, I wasn't there, Up to now, they've not even made it public. The terms of agreement.
For the second agreement.
Exactly. So what that means is that having signed or having endorsed that agreement.
For the second time.
Exactly. So what that means that, practically speaking, the governor has, will I say...
surrendered?
Exactly. To say, look, for peace to reign, because he has come back here to tell us that he can do anything for peace. Maybe that's where in
other words,
for the interest of peace.
So, Professor, in other words, he's reneging on that agreement. He's reneging on that agreement.
Exactly.
It's also part of why the feud is brewing again.
And beautiful.
Doesn't that clearly make it plausible that what UK is fighting with is you have refused to surrender the authority even when you see clearly that I'm beating you?
No.
But that's what you just said, Prof.
No.
That's what you just said, Prof.
I just said that, like I said, we are not aware of the contents of that agreement.
But there was an agreement.
But yes, that was an agreement. And that's why Wike was always talking about agreement.
But in your own words, you said for the fact that the governor agreed to that second terms of agreement meant that he has surrendered his control, his power. But you just said so now.
Exactly. So what that means that that fight should be discontinued.
How can we discontinue it?
Yeah, he has to by abiding by the terms of the agreement.
So by going back to surrender, to comply. Surrender the authority to the minister so that he can have peace.
Surrender authority to minister. You are making it so personal. I don't think it was all about the interest of Wike.
Were you part
that
of
is
the
contained in that agreement?
Were you part of the?
I want to think that it's not just about the personal interest of Wike.
Did they consider how
a truce that was pretended by the president of this country?
Yeah, the same
so
president.
How will it just be about Wike's personal interest? And that's where people are getting it wrong.
Professor Cindy,
reinstating
how can it be that the whole thing contained in that document is just for the personal interest of Wike? How can it be?
Okay, but it's in the interest. It's in the interest. Professor Wona. The president of this country. The president of this country is not an angel. He's a human being. The president of this country.
Is also part of the
the president of this country. I'm not alluding to anything. I'm only asking questions and trying to establish. No, I am very, very realistic. I like the fact that you started with idealism and then I sort of chipped in realism, right? And we're looking at the point of realism. That's where we are. We're saying, Lera is making these claims, which you somewhat alluded to the fact that, well, Lera may be correct to a certain extent because the governor doesn't seem to have played his hand very well in this entire matter. Okay. So how do you have peace when clearly you can't work with the House of Assembly members whose loyalty is established is to the FCT minister? Surrender to the FCT minister. Go and prostrate to the FCT minister so that you can have peace. Which literally means, okay, you see how I said, now governor be, now name at the answer. Now you the control. Right? Now you the control. Now, if you enter a second agreement which you mentioned, another agreement, you sort of surrendered yourself. You went to his home, you held his legs. You told him, Papa, I'm sorry, blah, 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 blah. Somebody shot gun, somebody died. Whatever. But at this point, how literal can somebody be? Yes, Wike doesn't want you to hand over control of the state government to him. That's not what Yes Wike wants. I'm asking now. Let me ask the question again. That's not what Yes Wike wants.
No, that's not what he wants.
It's all right.
That's not what he wants.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Well, Kelly,
why did they bring him to be a governor?
It has stayed 10 years and finally it's reached me. Well, the Lere or lying cow is right to an extent and wrong also to an extent. What do I mean? Yes, if you check exactly what is going, the reality, I'm not talking about the constitutional reality, because those laws are there and then we've been going as a file of the laws. But the laws have always been in those, the tome of the law. They've been in existence, but we've been going, derailing, and nobody will eventually bring them out. And people will not be brought out to say, people that matter will not be brought out to say, you went afoul of the law yesterday, this and that. But if anybody to be brought to book, it will be those who don't have any power at all. Just like a certain man was arrested in Ekiti State some time ago and then imprisoned or sent to prison because of foul. He stole. Foul.
Oboko.
I can't remember the name because it's been quite some years.
Oboko now.
But when maybe
Oboko is foul in my village. Oboko, my language. Oboko. Foul.
Okay. But you see, when somebody has used biro, whatever, committed the offense of signing money, billions, they won't even. The EFCC will say they go to court and they say lack of diligent prosecution. It ends there, or they will beg him according to a contraption they brought into the law and said this leave again. Please give us back. Oh, for goodness sake, I don't understand this kind of country. However, Olayinka, in reality of Nigerian situation, is right. Fobra has not shown strength. He has not. Kelly, if you remember the last day we discussed this thing, I said, by now we expected Fobra to have penetrated the assemblymen and women. What is he doing that he has not done so? And then everywhere we are talking about want to be governor. See, nobody gives you power on a platter of gold. You struggle and take it. See, if I were anybody that I am ready to be a politician and that you can't do this kind of thing to me. You cannot. Like Ayochukwu said, it's better you are struggling and then you are cut down in the middle of the fight. It ends there. Yes, people know that you resisted, but you were overwhelmed. This one you stayed, you said, organ, this and that and all that. Now,
but he actually resisted now.
Talking in terms of, I don't know where resistance
but in fairness to him, he actually resisted, but he lost.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying now. See,
he lost when the matter was decided in court.
No, exactly. When you lost, did anybody flog you into coming a second time?
To go and making peace.
Yes. And look at what I'm saying. See, me. Whoever loves it or not will say, if I see A, I call it A and not B. Now, why I say Olayinka
it depends, so. It depends, so.
Kelly, see.
It depends. When I tell you that your proverbs are not culturally relevant, you don't like that one. So that's not calling A.
That's proverbs. You can give it the relevance.
I'm only stating that it doesn't always happen like that.
When I say Olayinka is strongest, they could also. It's not a straitjacket thing. One may avoid showcasing strength based on the personality involved. Fobra may have serious respect for Nyesom Wike, and that alone, perhaps what Nyesom Wike had done for him, is restraining him from, in fact, taking offense. He will look at it and say, I won't want to press this issue to this extent. But that's the right place to press it to, but I won't do it. Whatever happens, if they are coming to take over everything, let them take over. It happens in reality. Maybe if that is the side the Fobara is relying, that is not showcasing the strength, then that is where Olayinka is wrong. So it's not a straitjacket thing.
No, but you also know that. You also know that if, for instance, in the home,
yes,
two persons are having conflict and one person's voice is always the loudest, right? From the view of outsider, the one that is silent is weak. From the views of those outside, the one that is silent is weak.
That would be a wrong judgment.
No, because you don't know what is in the mind of the person that is silent.
And it's also showing any capacity or anything.
You don't know in the mind of the person that is silent what is silent. Perhaps you have a chance to go and speak with him and say, this is why I'm not. This is the very reason why I'm not.
Good, until you do that.
So until that happens,
yes,
right? People will run their scripts.
No, let them run. It doesn't matter here. I'm talking about Olayinka that has spoken out.
No, that's what we're saying now. Olayinka is speaking from the reality of things. If, like you said,
and I agree.
If, like you said, the governor is refusing to fight back out of respect,
yes,
for the minister, perhaps relationship-wise or whatever, right? All of us from the outside.
This position is informed by something. Let me end. You remember some time ago when they had the first one and all that, and the governor showed a measure of resistance. Later on, the second one, he went, and I think we heard he prostrated what Olayinka is even recommending. He prostrated, and I heard whether he held his Oga's legs or leg. Because if his legs, they would have been attacked also.
Leg.
Because leg is okay.
Leg.
So, now, We heard they entered into another agreement. And he also agreed. You see, can you think about it? He also agreed. Then later on when it comes, maybe there are variant opinions. Why must you agree to this and that? Because Emmanuel Dukwe will not agree like that. Kelly, let me tell you. Somebody will say, I am a governor. I'm supposed to be a governor. I want to sit down. You say, no, you must stand up. I want to run. You say, no, you must walk. I will leave everything for you and go resign. Now, that thing means you are not handling that office the way you should handle it. Now, if you remember, who is it that will say is a politician? And that is why already I am made in a way that I will not be a politician any day. Religiously. Now, Kenny, tell me, you are a governor. Some other person will appoint you as commissioners. Then you are a governor. You want to do this. You are going for an election. The election was held in an emergency period. And in the election, you have no hand. I heard, I don't show interest again in this, that Opobo Nkoro was also, is it APC or PDP?
APC.
Can you imagine? So the whole thing, that means this particular person was not even given, it's not now that he had defected to APC. He was not given also the recognition and all that. So for me, he just boxed up. Go to, he wants naturally as a man should. No, they tell him, no, it must be to your left. What kind of governor is that? So that's why Alainka is saying this. Every other person may reject what Alainka has said, but I said it's true. But see, Fobara have said it, might have great respect. It happens.
Well, that's what I asked. That's the same thing I asked you now, right?
There's nothing you are asking me that changed that thing I have said.
No,
That's the way
my goodness.
Yes, I'm telling you.
Fobara has great respect for Wike. Maybe that's why he's restraining himself.
Yes.
Right? It is only Fobara that knows.
Good. No, I'm just saying it is opposition.
Or those in his closest circle that knows. Right?
No, at least Fobara. I don't know if any other person.
I said or now. I didn't say and. I said or.
Okay.
Right? For every other person on the outside.
It will be his weak. Let them choose whichever.
I don't think he has. That respect is no more there. Yes.
I think he's there.
That respect is not. Because if the respect,
I think he's there.
So I mentioned,
come up to this point of all these problems wouldn't have even arisen.
I mentioned
he has that great respect for his master. All these things wouldn't have.
Professor Wana, let me tell you.
But you know that Professor Wana, you know that respect doesn't equate to slavery.
No, it doesn't.
I agree.
Right?
It doesn't equate.
So
but are we talking about slavery? Have we established any case of slavery
but
here?
I can respectfully decline from a certain relationship with you when I perceive that you're becoming overbearing.
Simple.
Okay.
In what you're requiring of me.
Simple.
Right? I can respectfully say, well, I don't think it's in my best interest to stay in this
ship. And I didn't think it was going to that extent.
It's better for me to respectfully leave you.
So why will you be relying on respect as something that is hindering him from going to?
Okay, so let's open the phone line.
There is nothing that is hidden under the sun that will not come to light one day.
Yeah,
even a guy that plays smart one around, their pregnancy will show beyond 6 months. All the pranks she have been playing, because there's no magic about pregnancy.
They used to remove it all.
What I'm saying is that it's like a story of a young lady who was doing that, and it was the boss of the husband who impregnated her. She lose the sense that the man will replicate, and when the child was born, they have to do a cross-family consultation to know if there was somebody in their generation that was white.
All right.
Kelly, you get it?
Not really. But
That may be above the sky of the Mr. Speaker. But one thing I know is that you see this thing that I blew in.
He just pretended he's not above anything.
In the shortest time. No, it's very microphone. It's very microphone. In the shortest time, my projection. You see, the purpose for which River State has been sold out will come to light. I predicted long ago that if care is not taken, the much talk about revolution in Nigeria may start with and from River State. Many doubted me.
So let me ask.
But let's watch out.
This is not the question, but I was just musing about this earlier, right? Amechi faced a crisis like this one. Remember?
Yeah, like this of Fubara.
Amechi faced a crisis.
Yes.
It's oddly in our recent history that we cannot tell faced a crisis like this, at least not openly. But Amechi faced the crisis.
But there was something smart about Amechi case.
There was a sacrifice. Sacrifice is shut down the House of Assembly, work with 5 lawmakers, shut down the judiciary. Rivers people paid the price.
But look at it.
So can we say that was capacity on the side of
That's where the difference.
I don't know.
Because
that's where the difference lies.
Ajibabari always talk about Emperor. What's the word again? The way he ruled River State.
Yes.
With strong hand.
Dictatorship. Yes.
The person that succeeded Amechi came and said, I don't wait till the fight's gonna reach me. I will give it to them.
About it.
I will hold you by chain.
My father chastised you with me.
And survive.
Tell you.
And I think it did.
What's lacking here is
exactly.
Not necessarily that.
No.
The president?
No. What is you can win any fight.
The president behind you.
I love the guy to make his
just
point.
capacity that is lacking in this whole thing. If not, the River State, you can use River State to fight the entire Nigeria. You can stand on River's leg and fight Nigeria. But just the capacity of the man who is there now.
Exactly.
Is why this whole thing is dilly-dally. But we can
accommodate
we
him.
can do every other thing to ensure that we move forward using River State as the ground where we can. My interests and most especially the interest of just Wiki, which happens to be the leader, is for River State to be developed.
Hey, wait.
And he uses. I'm looking at what
engineer. Let me shift.
Hey, wait.
I'm the way guy free says.
Can I open the phone line now?
Let me shift.
Can I open the phone line now?
Wiki has not played any developmental role in River State.
No, don't shift because.
Let me be where I see Kenny's face.
He has played his own role.
Let me make a little analysis of what I'm saying.
I want to give you this answer.
The first time while he was living, he said what? Ring road. You understand that developmental stride that he made the man to do? I made the governor today. He made him to sign the agreement. I've cut across how many? 6 LGAs. That's developmental stride. So the man, yes, we can has the people at that.
But Americans are shaking their heads.
No. But are you denying that fact?
Who is denying what?
About
without human capacity?
Departmental. No. You see,
no, but one can just make exclamations now. Exclamation doesn't mean that you deny. No, Prof, I have to open the phone lines. I have to open the phone lines. Thank you. Hey, where does? He's no longer one man, oh. He used to be one man. 08109510951. 60 seconds. Let's go. Good morning, Today 95.1. Welcome.
Good morning, Today FM. Good morning.
Welcome, sir. Please go on.
Yes, my name is Greg. I want to contribute to one of these topics, Kubara and what we should do. We fold our arms and go into fire. Why? Because of what? Why Nigerians value money more than their name, more than God himself? Is Kubara, if it is name he wanted, has he not made name for these 2 years? He has been governor. If it is money, when he was the accountant general, did he not make money? So I have to be him like Mr. Suku said, I will have walked out. Walk out and save your life. This thing is not by fire, by force. This money we are and this name we have, they will all perish on this planet. Nobody will carry any name and any money to anywhere after Jesus comes. Why is he wasting himself? Why is he wasting himself?
All right, thank you. That's the time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning. Oga Kelly, this is Joe calling from Shuba. I greet my guy in the house. Quickly, let me contribute to this weekly football issue. First of all, let's start from the foundation. You don't say when the foundation is faulty, then the building will be faulty. But it's a pity that it was Ubara that fell in the midst of all these things. Let's look at the foundation of the former governor, Yeson Wike. We saw all he did, even in the PDP primary when he was about to bring in Ubara. We saw how he locked all those who wanted to condemn the primary with him, all of Ubara. We saw what he did to them. We saw all the decree he established. We saw how he locked people's business, and every other thing, all because of this. How was the foundation then? But it's just a pity that Ubara was the person that came in to fix all these things. Because the foundation when he started was wrong. That's
6 seconds. 95.1, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Yes, the governor of River State. I'm not sure myself because I'm a politician. I think that what I would contribute to this weakness. And the citizen knows that the man is not a flop person when it comes to politics. That is why he put him on River Stable. And today, he's the one now reaching the governor. Sorry to that. So he is not a longer a politician. And I tell you, you see why I can't follow politicians. I would appreciate the position.
Leave the guy alone. Bye bye. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
I'm James. I'm calling from See, I want to my own input on this football and against the Wikis. I want to like it so much. For instance, that one side is taking the full possession does not mean that it's outrightly the winner and may not even be the winner of the match at the end of the day. So it's because each time football talks to the press, he keeps saying that I am still in charge. I am still the governor. I still hold the pen. Meaning that meaning that the prime interest of Yes Wicked there is just to dethrone him. So all the number of times that is been applying has it succeeded. So it doesn't matter whether he's being punched around. The main point there is that he wants to dethrone him.
All right. Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Welcome.
Hello. My contribution is at Rosanimike and Fubara.
What is your name, please? What is your name, please?
Oh, Emmanuel is my name. Emmanuel is my name. To me, Fubara is by far stronger than Mike. By far. You should not take his silence for granted. Not his silence for no. Fubara is far better in terms of politics. That Fubara plays his politics with wisdom. You take contest for power and he win. He has again for vice. So Fubara is far stronger, and you see that Fubara must still come back and do this thing again the second time. So Fubara is not weak at all. Nobody should take him that as a weak government. No. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly.
Hi, Special Douglas. This one.
Please, just a quick one. I always send my text message. Please, what I have not yet understood from those who are disgruntled with the deputy minister is exactly why the problem is going on. Is it that the minister does not want River State to progress and Fubara wants, or that the Fubara does not want River State to progress and the minister wants? Because as you know, the reason here, the man who brought the person they are liking, is that issue with the person, and they are liking the person, hating the man who brought him. Is it that the man had negative thing? Why he brought the man? Has the man now supporting said that thing? Because so far so good, what we understand now is that the issue is the structure. Has the government said that that is not the issue, that it is for the sake to progress or not to progress? And then if the minister says the structure, is that a crime? Let us analyze this in this way first so that we understand
that is 60 seconds. You've made a position. I won't read the message. That's what it means. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Welcome.
Thank you. This is the Shijin, the Prince of Town. Number one, let me speak on the issue of enforcement of alcoholic second ban. Can you hear me, Mr. Kelly?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Now, my first question I want to ask you: in this ban, who will monitor the ban enforcement? That is number one question. Number two, how long will they monitor it? Then, Mr. Kelly, is this our problem? Is this the problem of this great nation? But in this particular matter, the level of corruption in every institution in this nation cannot maintain this indefinite part of this accord because when they want to stop it and not rest, the level of corruption in the institution of this nation cannot allow them to maintain indefinite part of this accord.
All right, thank you. That's your position. Today 95.1, good morning.
Yeah, actually, good morning. Yeah, concerning the relationship between media and his successor, Umara, I think the governor is not weak. He's just being over respectful, which some people have pointed out in your studio. And on that grounds, I think at the point, the governor needs to drop those respects and fight like a man. He's already, the people already on his side, no matter what anybody thinks. The advantage Wike has over him is because the presidency is still on Wike's side. But that is changing now, which is the entrance in the mainstream parties, the APC. Even the governors and some party chieftains are having sympathy for the governor right now. So the governor has to build on that and fight like a man. And the people will support him. And eventually he's coming back for a second time, whether anybody likes it or not.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know for APC governors meeting yesterday with the APC leadership.
The APC, they've agreed that this month will continue 2028.
Which man?
Antonio Kocha has in the APC led executive. Yes, that's the end of it.
That Antonio Kocha should meet in 2028.
That's the end of the game.
Well, I've not heard this gist.
No, it's just a development that happened last night. I'm reading this morning.
Oh, because I know Fubara wasn't present when the APC Governors Forum had their meeting yesterday, and Yowata was present. Bashiru was also present in that meeting. Oh dear. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome.
My name is Mubek from Bukuman. Actually, this ban of alcohol, no matter of River Nigeria, no matter of Nigeria is that it is said to our governor, our minister, let everybody go forward. Let the governor go and meet minister and one, let's go for that.
But nobody is saying that you should not drink alcohol. They didn't ban alcohol. Go buy big bottle and drink. That's the problem. They did not ban alcohol. Now go buy big bottle and drink. You have money to buy big bottle? Drink water now. What's the problem? Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome, sir. All right.
Yes. The question on the enforcement of Sasheda calling is has political understanding because of the reason. Because majority of the people who consume this product are both in the areas and the cities. And for Fubara, you might say don't initiate a war that cannot end. Because those who initiate a war or a fight, some are said they don't stay or live to see the end of the war. The president has seen that it's weak and the structure is not in his favor. All the appointees, both state and federal, they are from Wike camp. They have assembly, the chairman and the councillors who form the political structures are from the camp of Wike. So then, what is benefit to the APC, the defense of the APC is going to they're going to manage the complete session. They are going to manage.
Thank you. Okay. Just Williams joins us by the phone. Mr. Williams, welcome. Hello, Mr. Williams. Hello. All right, I tried. Two more calls. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Mr. Kelly, good morning. Okay, I greet you, sir. Good morning. It's Mr. Frank. Kelly, one might hurt me, and I don't react when he wants me to react. That doesn't mean I'm a coward, or I don't know what to do. I'm just waiting, and I'm just waiting for the right time for me to react. And when I react, the entire people around me may be surprised. Oh, can Mr. Frank react this way? What am I trying to say? Governor C might not be fool, or he might not be a weaker person as people think. He might be calculating. And let me tell us something today. C is not alone in this game. It's entire reverse people. Because I'm not from here.
I think at this point you should speak for yourself.
No, listen,
Mr. Frank, at this point you should speak for yourself.
What I'm saying is that I know that 80% of rivers people in the game.
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Morning. Akanemo is my name.
Please go on.
So let me talk about the alcohol. Now, budget. I think every business in Nigeria today have smaller products that people can afford for the company or the business to move. Eating cigarette have the smaller one that can buy one thing. There's also bank cigarette that you can buy with a packet or one room before you can take it. They are not fair for the alcohol manufacturers. Then
Is it that it's too expensive for people to drink, to buy?
it's not that it's too expensive. I mean, for the manufacturers, that's where the problem is.
Okay.
They want to make money.
Okay,
Like
but for those that drink it, they can buy the bigger one now. They can buy the bottle, can't they?
No, it's not for those that drink. What a cigarette.
Okay, your concern is for the manufacturers. Oh, I understand.
Yes, that you my concern for the manufacturers.
Okay.
So River said, I want to say that Kubara from my beginning has said that it's not a good politician, it's not fighting for his supporters. If you wake up and fight for all you drop, let the supporter find their way.
All right.
Because it's pushing us to the known destination. Thank you.
Okay. I have to read messages now. It's 8 minutes past 11. The morning panelists in the house, I asked them, is it that the little sachet alcohol that people do consume, that's the paramount problem in this country, Nigeria? Let me get your name. Okay. Yeah. This is Engineer Madi Soki from Ruparele. You sent this message. Thank you. Their voice notes, we'll listen to them in a bit. Good morning, Kelly. Concerning the sachet alcohol drink, even if they stop it, do you know that there are people that value that drink more than food? So, if you can get money to feed, you can also look for a way to buy it, any amount they make it. Captain Arowolu from Rupaku. See, they didn't place a ban on alcohol. There is no ban on alcohol. So if you feel that alcohol has become food for you, right? You can buy the bottle. Buy the big bottle and gun it down. We're not encouraging alcohol consumption here. I'm just speaking in context of what we're talking about. NAFDAC has not placed a ban on the sale of alcohol. It is alcohol packaged in sachet and PET bottles that they are placing a ban on, and they're enforcing that ban. Make us stop here before they go say I'm advocating for people to be drinking alcohol. The man said the governor of Fubara is a weak governor. He says a weak politician. It might not be far from the truth because I don't like the style or call it the pattern of his governance. How can you tell me that for over 2 years now you cannot divide by winning some to yourself? Okay, you can do better than this. Eric, you send this message. Thank you. Good morning, Kelly and Sendikwe. Kwakwaso's case is reminiscent of Wike's ordeal here. If not for him, Kwakwaso, who is Abba Yusuf in Kano politics, especially where an incumbent governor is holding sway. Let's face the fact that as a politician, if they can't abide by agreement, play the politics by yourself, spend your money and build a structure, keep your integrity. Let's see if your popularity can take you where you want to be. Harcourt Davis from Tumia Kingdom sent this message. Thank you, sir. Kelly, the racketeering of cap plate number in River State is real. It's been on since right from when they were at William Job office. They hoard PHC plates as father plates so much that you will be asked to pay extra fees. I refuse to pay extra. It took me over 4 months to get a plate number. I insisted that I want PHC, that I live in Port Harcourt and do not want any random LGA plate. I kept going there until my face became an albatross to them before they finally gave me. Wow, gold. That's a lot of patience. All right, this is a bit long, I cannot read everything. Is Governor Fubara a weak politician? Not at all. Here is a man who became the #1 citizen of this white well. How the whole assembly members came on board. The FCT minister single-handedly brought the entire assembly members, and majority of them are still loyal to the minister. For me, I'm not encouraged by Governor Fubara's style of politics. I'm calling on the governor to amend his style of politics. So Wanatel Clinton West, he sent that message. Olanka is very wrong. Governor Sim Fubara cannot be described as a weak politician. Rather, he's a non-violent politician. Please, his peaceful disposition should not be taken for weakness. Politics is not a do-or-die affair. All right, Aboyo Kinsley from Rubokuta, you send that message. Thank you. Olanka said Governor Fubara should prostrate to Wike. Oga, what will he do to God Almighty if he prostrates to a mortal man? Governor Fubara, whom I know, will not do it. Thank you, Ejima from Army Range. If there's anything worse than a bad and inexperienced politician, that is what he is, who has survived with his style of politics in Nigeria. He should be man enough, please. Michael Sunday, send this message. Good morning, President. This is Bless from Alu. Pertaining Governor Sim Fubara's weakness over the political tussle going on in River State, the weakness of the governor is too much. Because how the FCT minister that doesn't hold power in the state maneuvers the sitting governor instead of the governor would have gotten to get majority of the state assembly members by his side. but he's playing gentleman politics. In addition, Governor Sim Fubara would have used all his power to make sure that Wike will not be recognized in the politics of River State. Okay, blessed from Alu. You sent that message. Thank you. Another one. There is nothing exciting about the ongoing amendments of the Electoral Act to accommodate electronic transfer of results in real time because I doubt the will of INEC to enforce such rules, as well as the courts not to accommodate glitches, loopholes, and flimsy excuses at the court. On the feud between Kwankwaso and Yusuf over the political soul of Kanu, it is double standard for Tinubu government to identify with the frustration of Rivers governor through the popular 8-point condition while he struggles to liberate himself from his godfather, and the same government is celebrating the liberation of Yusuf from Kwankwaso. You sent that message. Thank you. All right. Good morning. From your news, I heard some senators calling for a deliberation on the U.S. airstrike on terrorist enclaves. The government told us the strike was done in collaboration with Nigerian military. Those senators calling for deliberation, were they out of the country? It's unfortunate that some same senators who have been silent on the continual carnage perpetrated on innocent Nigerians by terrorists. Nigerians should be mindful of sympathizers of terrorists. Fine, John. Well, you're not entirely correct. The Senate, they have been speaking. But the lawmakers have been speaking. How that has translated to action is the big question. They've sat in plenary. They've had many of those sessions. Lawmakers have screamed. Some of them have cried that they can't go back to their homes. Lawmakers have been speaking. How that has translated to action is the big issue. Fine, John. I'm sure tomorrow when somebody comes to tell lies about you, and I know the truth, I won't need you to come and tell me what your version is. I will just say what is true. That's what is expected of me in this job that I'm doing. And I try my best to do it with as much simplicity as there can be. Voice notes.
Good morning, Kate. Governor Fora is not the governor that has chosen not to adopt the wicked or demonic audacity previous governors had used to rule the state. But one fact I see there is that the man he has to do with doesn't require this type of soft heart or human heart that he has. So to face this type of man that he's dealing with needs such hard heart. But then it's the reverse people that will always suffer. So he needs a lot of wisdom, he needs people to be around him and to help him so that in taking full charge of the state, the states or the citizens of the state will also suffer. No, God will help you. This is Andrew from Amoma. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly and the big brothers in the house. My name is Tony Chin, also from Port Harcourt, commenting on our article's position on this administration, and then the defending from the administration itself. The truth of the matter, you can't throw away the dirty water with the baby. Whether it is bad or good, Nigerians are passing through pain. This administration should buckle up. What Atiku said, look into it and find out whether Nigerians are going through pain. Let this administration buckle up, Mr. Kelly. I'm just pleading with them. I don't hate any person, but I hate what they are doing.
Kelly, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Please, so concerning these acts of a thing, so it's whatever Abio dish out to us is what we'll take. So whatever they feel like. So they don't want to see it. Harmonizing everything. Everyone has the same copy. Both the public and the masses and the Senate, everyone is what they feel like is what they want us to have is what we will have. This tax of a thing is pinching me so hard because the stories and my findings is not aligning at all, and I'm seeing some irregularities around it. What is happening? Hi.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning to your guests. My name is Okoye. I think this should be the first time I'll be sending a voice note. Talking about the whole sachet alcohol stuff, I think this is double standard, coming from NAFDAC and whoever is backing them. Underage children can afford to buy sachet alcohol. Yeah, it's true. But then even the cigarettes that people smoke is way cheaper. There are cigarettes for as little as 50 naira. That one is even very, very affordable that any other rich child can buy. And so if you want to do that with alcohol, then you might as well do it for every other thing that is rated 18 and above. Starting from cigarettes. There are lots and lots of other things, substances that people take that are rated. So I don't see any need.
Good morning, Kelly, and all the guests in the studio, and give Joseph by name. Please, Kelly, this banning of this sachet of 18, is it really the problem of this country? Banning this sachet of 18, how is this going to help us as a country? How is it going to help us when the individual taking it have not made up their mind to stop taking that? Okay, if you ban the sachet one, would they go for the bigger one? They will change method again. The people that are selling it for them, they may be buying the bigger bottle on, which is not banned, and they will start returning it with them with those small cup they used to taking it. Are they going to be working in all the villages in Nigeria to know whether people are still taking alcohol or not? Please, they should just leave all those things and focus what will change the economy of this country for things to begin to move well for the common man. That's not the problem of this country.
We have plenty problems in this country, as for children getting exposed to what they should not be exposed to is one of them. Drinking alcohol because it is cheap is one of them. I certainly think so, that is a problem that we should look into as a nation. If not, that can effectively enforce this ban, it may be good for us. It may be good for us. I've mentioned before, and I have some colleagues I used to tease at them. She not drink alcohol, she know if you walk. They have the plenty in their bag. I said, go and buy bottle. Now go to the shop and buy bottle own. You rich now. Say, Kelly, leave it alone. This one is mobile. It's easy to carry. Emma Anayo from where you sent this message, traditional SMS. Fubara is not a weak governor. The problem is that the FCT minister is power drunk and wants to be in charge wherever he goes. Fubara is a humble man to the core, which does not fit into this society today. Yeah. Oh. It's not a sign of weakness. After all, Fubara won all the local governments through APP in the first LG election. That election, as far as Supreme Court is concerned, never held, unfortunately. The long and short, special Douglas, you don't call now, even the 60 seconds. I can't read your message again. No rest. Let others have a chance. Later, like a statement telling Fubara to prostrate before Wike is the kind of things I consider and say democracy is not good for Nigeria, but we pretend to prefer it. I agree with Atiku's comments. Democracy in Nigeria is worse than military dictatorship. Mr. Law, you sent that message. Thank you. Let me see. I'm not sure I read this one. All right. Wike controls Rivers political structure. Like a statement. Okay. Rivers State not be Yoruba where they lay down, stretch out on the ground with one's face downward as a sign of respect. For me, the governor is not a weak politician. We're in a country where individuals are bigger than institutions. If really we're practicing democracy in Nigeria, what happened in the state a few months ago wouldn't have happened. Greedy politicians have hijacked the judiciary. Thank God, ability at Trebu, you sent that message. Thank you. And what Elder Ndukwe said is what ought to be done. Joint sitting of the two chambers, the antecedents and several comments of Senate President leaves much to be concerned about. All right, Kanu, you sent that message. Thank you. Good morning. Telling the panelists, the governor being a weak governor is another statement. The governor, please, if they say today, on I go rub mud ice cream, please bathe with it. If they say tomorrow, on I go chop goat meat, please chop cow. Bring back the Simplified Movement and other support groups. Bring the jumbo size of bread, share it and distribute. Don't be Abuja, play the raw politics. My humble submission, Mr. Dennis. All right, thank you, sir. Morning, Kelly, and the guest I commend Leroy Lanka for his statements. There's nothing like sympathy in politics, no structure, no power. Also, Conso has not seen anything yet. He supported betrayal in River State. Now why cry? God's time from Port Harcourt. Wow. Please tell Lanka to tread with caution because he's overstepping his boundaries. What is it with the threatening? I don't understand. You are threatening him that what? Not a person that threatens sometimes that has the power. You need to be calming down. You're threatening, I know that of Nagberu. I don't understand. You should be coming there. You should tread with caution. I don't understand. Let me stop here. Sorry. Peter B just criticizing President Tinubu on national grid collapse. I want to tell Obi this morning that if he himself, Obi, happens to be there as president, same thing would still happen because the system is already corrupt. Also, in George Arumomo, you sent this message. Thank you. So those are the contributions I can take from WhatsApp and the traditional SMS channel, which is not threshold. All right. So let's move on. Let's read from X. Opaka Daniel. I agree Fubara is a very weak politician. He has zero political aura. A real politician by now would have divided the House of Assembly, assert himself as a governor, and dealt decisively with the opposition who insults him at will. I suspect he might not even run for a second time. Trevor Gerald, I disagree with him, Larry. Fubara's kind of politics is not do what I think. He's just playing the game of his master. Larry should rest. Okay? Now he made the governor. Now he made also hopes that there be spokesperson to a minister. Then the whole camera, they do boy work. He made to the hopes that they do that kind of job when they do. When I leave him, I beg, I leave him. Hansen, thank God, this is nothing but the truth. So you agree with Larry Olanka, his statement. Facebook, let's go there. I know we have a lot of comments on Facebook, so let us quickly as possible. It's already 11:26. Oh, Jesus. I'll rest through maybe just a few. Does being heartless make one strong politician in the real sense of the word? If it's a country where things work, the people would have thrown him into political oblivion. I know I answered the question, but I don't read them. What can we say? If I Lazarus, if not that Wike needs a weak man he can control to remain in power by proxy, what would have made him support Ifura to be governor? Well, so I guess you answered the question then. Caleb Abino put it this way. Go for those that sent a little old earlier. In the Nigerian context, Ifura is weak, even though he's very responsible. Now the generational reason is that is manifesting this weakness is that it was Wike who brought him out, and he was a great collaborator in bringing down Wike's perceived enemies. Any attempt to bring Wike down by Fubara may directly self-sabotage his own career. Jerry Odiri. Okay, Elvis Marks sent the message I just read. Jerry Odiri says, if not for Tinubu and his emergency rule, Fubara has actually destroyed Wike in real estate. He was so helpless that period. When even Fubara by his mouth said by then he would have become ex-governor. People usually know. Give to Lakpe, I completely agree. Sim is not a politician. Wike is a politician and a lawyer, and also has the majority of the political stakeholders behind him. Lastly, with due respect to Mr. Fubara, it's not even he's not even a politician. What talk of being weak? If he's a politician, he would have started to speak his own language by now. Oh wow! All right, General Post. We have to go. Arochuku Podbuna, legal practitioner, he left already. Engineer Kiadam Richard Deka, MNC, 2019 governorship candidate, publicity secretary concerned, patriotic ex-governorship candidate, River State. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, the very good people of River State and Today 95.1 FM.
All right. Maki Tanina Dubabari, Esquire, solicitor and advocate as well as Notary Public of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, social political analyst, mentorship coach. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. River people, what is playing out in River State is greater than what you are seeing. You will understand it. It is Islamic agenda. We are better woken up.
Professor Emmanuel Wona, Professor of Political Economy and a Development Consultant, University of Port Harcourt. Thank you.
Yeah, Kelly, I want to say that Rivers people, please, let's remove emotions and sentiments and face the realities of life.
We're out of time. Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, in-house analyst. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigeria.
That's our Shohola.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment? From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tune in to Entertainment Today, only on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. Well, thank you so much for joining us on Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It is January 29, 2026, 11:35 Thursday. My name is Queen Chima.
And I am Miracle Emmanuel.
Miracle, it's 29th of January already. I'm like, oh, goodness.
This has to be the fastest January.
Really? Some people think
Don't you think?
I don't think it's the longest.
No, it's not.
It's
January.
You're expecting it to get to... We're expecting us to be January next week.
29th.
Tomorrow it will be 30th.
Yes.
And
by Saturday will be Sunday
1st of February. Interesting. I can't wait to get into the month of love. I think that month will bring a lot of gist, gossip, and good things to talk about on the entertainment show. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. There's so much to wrap our hands around, and we're going to try our best to do all of that. Talking about 1st of February, the Grammys will be holding that day.
Oh, yeah, right.
And we put out on our Facebook page, on our social media platforms, who you are rooting for. I mean, we have a category called the African Music Performance category, and we have some of your faves on that list. Last year, Thames took that award, and this year we're just wondering, who would it be? Well, we'll come back to talk about that because we want to know who you're rooting for, but let's start with the news on the foreign scene. While Chris Hemsworth and Mark Ruffalo are no strangers to sharing the screen, having previously starred together in Marvel films such as Thor and Hulk, now the pair have reunited for a very different type of film. They are starring alongside each other in Crime 101, a tense thriller that swaps superhero spectacle for a game of psychological cat and mouse. Speaking at the premiere, Hemsworth told the BBC that their long-standing friendship brought both energy and challenges to the set. The two of us get together and we're like a couple of naughty kids at school that need to be wrangled to be focused, he said. In the film, Hemsworth plays an elusive jaw thief planning one final heist, while Ruffalo stars as a determined detective intent on catching him. While the pair are well known for their comedic chemistry, Crime 101 marks a shift into darker territory. We have a familiarity in the comedic space, Hemsworth said. This is a dramatic film, so it was quite an adjustment and discomfort at first. Ruffalo said Crime 101 gave Hemsworth the opportunity to take on a very different type of role from those that audiences may be used to seeing. I got to see him do something I've been dying to see him do that I know he can do, but hadn't had the director to help, the 58-year-old actor said. We've been talking about doing a project for years, he said. I love him and we have a really close relationship. We always see each other and ask, what are we going to do together? Ruffalo said it was Hemsworth who first approached him about the film. Chris reached out to me immediately. I read the script and thought, absolutely absolutely, he said. The 59-year-old said her character showed women of a certain age are not indispensable and resist that by standing up for herself. The American actor says she is always being pigeonholed into a certain role due to her age, but she resists at every turn. It is my fantasy. While Crime 101 features all the classic car chases and stunts you'd imagine from an old school crime thriller, and Hemsworth said that was one of the most enjoyable parts of filming. Well, still on the news, where Harry Styles has added 2 more dates to his residency at Wembley Stadium, setting him up for a record-breaking 12-night run this summer. When the concert takes place, he will overtake Coldplay and Taylor Swift as the artists with the most performances in a single year at the London venue. Coldplay set the overall record with 10 shows last summer, while Swift's 8-night stint on the Eras Tour was the highest number by a solo act. Across the 12 dates, Styles will play to approximately more than 1 million fans. However, his Wembley concert come at the expense of shows at any other UK venues, and there has been disquiet among fans over the cost of tickets. Regular tickets for the UK dates of his Together tour ranges from €44 and €466. Last year, the average price of a ticket for one of the world's top 100 artists was $132.62, according to Live Music Analyst. The last time Styles played at Wembley in 2023, prices ranged from €50 to €326 before fees, meaning top-tier tickets now cost €140. Well, in Nigeria, a United Kingdom High Court of Appeal has upheld earlier ruling against blogger Maureen Badejo, ordering her to pay €100,000 in damages to the founder of the Mountain of Fire Miracles Ministries, Daniel Olukoya, and his wife Olashade, after losing a defamation suit. In April 2021, the Queen's Bench Division of the UK High Court of Justice ordered Ms. Badejo to pay the sum of $65,000 to the General Overseer and €35,000 to his wife as damages over defamatory publications. The court also directed her to publicly retrace the defamatory statement and publish a summary of the judgment on her social media platforms for a period of 10 consecutive days as a corrective measure and as a means of ensuring that her misguided and misinformed audience gets to know about the court's decision. Ms. Badejo, UK-based blogger and the proprietor of GeoTV, was accused of using her social media channels to blackmail Mr. Olukoya and his church on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. She had claimed that Mr. Olukoya and his church duped the United States government by selling his books in the country without paying due tax. Delivering the judgment, Justice Lavender, the UK High Court of Appeal Queen's Bench Division, affirmed earlier rulings against Ms. Badejo in the case marked QB 2020-003625. The court held that Ms. Badejo's online publications concerning Pastor Olukoya and his wife were false and defamatory, finding that the claims lacked factual basis. I mean, this is like, apart the all the intricacies of this case, this is like a lesson for a number of bloggers. I mean, people who use social media. Exactly.
Mind your business. And people are no longer scared of pastors. Why do you go all out talking about men of... Like, people are no longer scared.
So it's not just about the person, right? Whether a clergyman or anyone, whatever information you're putting out on social media, you need to be sure of it. You need to have proof of
just
what you're making.
Business,
now,
basically.
these days where people will put out posts, I mean, for clickbait, so that a number of people can just go, because like you said, since it's a clergyman, when you put out certain information, the traffic you're going to draw to that page or whatever platform you use.
You're not even thinking of what the damage you're causing to the person involved.
Yeah. So
the person's everything about the person's okay. For instance, now this is the church. His church. What if most of his church members buy this idea and start living in church? You're not worried about that. What you're going to cause to his personality, his wife's personality, his children. Just like how people were trolling Mercy Johnson's children because of something defamatory.
Yeah, people had put out that narrative. Yeah. I mean, about her being.
You just have to be careful.
Whoa.
And if you must post something, then it should be checked. Get your facts right before you post something about someone generally.
And talking about posting and defamatory or even cybercrime. Well, reports have it that Nollywood actress Angela Okorie has been remanded at the Suleja Correctional Center following her arraignment over alleged cyber-related offences. Okorie was arrested in Lagos on Tuesday by operatives of Lagos State Criminal Investigation Department. Confirming the development on Wednesday, the Lagos State Police Public Relations Officer Abimbola Adebisi told the Cable Lifestyle that the actress was taken into custody by the Nigerian Police Force National Cybercrime Center in Abuja. Now, filmmaker Ajimba Stanley also confirmed that Okorie was charged to court on Wednesday and subsequently remanded. But in a series of social media posts, Stanley criticized the process, describing it as an abuse of power. You arrested Angela Okorie at midnight yesterday, flew her to Abuja as early as 6 a.m. and this morning took her to court where she was remanded in Suleja prison. He wrote, "So the judiciary can work this fast. Tell me how you will sleep tonight knowing fully well that your colleague is in prison," Stanley added. He vowed to travel to Abuja to secure her release, urging authorities to allow due legal process. Whoever is in charge of Angela Okorie's arrest should let her go and approach a competent court. If you feel Angela has defamed you, the right thing is to sue her, not to use the police to oppress Nigerians, he said. But Stanley further claimed he would be in Abuja to follow up on the matter, warning that human rights groups were monitoring the situation. While the police have yet to issue an official statement detailing the specific charges, industry sources suggested that the case may be linked to Okorie's long-running and public feud with fellow actress Mercy Johnson. The dispute escalated last year after Okorie made controversial claims about Johnson's health and accused her of hypocrisy, allegations that sparked widespread backlash online. As of the time of filing this report, the police had not disclosed further details on the allegations against Okorie. Well, I don't know what I still cannot describe the pace of the whole process. I mean, arresting and then she's been remanded already, and there's been no report of suing her and even stating her crime. But, well, the police also said something about cyberbullying. A lot of people on the internet are already associating this to Mercy Johnson.
Yeah.
Last year, Angela was picking on Mercy a lot, said a number of things about her. And, well, these are allegations. We're not sure yet until we get detail of everything about her arrest. But her colleague, who is a Stanley guy, has confirmed that she was picked. She was arrested. Again, Mercy Johnson came out last week and was talking, I mean, after the incident she had with the girl on TikTok who put out some videos about her husband. She came out and said everyone who has put out stuff about her on the internet that's not true, that she's coming for all of them. And this just feels like, okay.
But this is sad because they are colleagues, for crying out loud.
Well, this is a good question to ask, because for Angela and Mercy Johnson, there seems to be like a deeper issue that we don't know about, because Angela seems she quite has picked on Mercy Johnson for some years now, and it seems like there's just something
against her. Then they are adults, for crying out loud. Why? My pain is the fact that they are colleagues.
Yeah,
that's my pain.
And
they've been in this industry for a long time, so trash it out with her.
Well, it sounds that easy. Even colleagues have issues. Yeah, not to talk about an industry like Nollywood. I mean, some of them may not come out to say what happens amongst them, but they sure have issues, and because they are human beings. However, I think one thing you said that is pertinent is the fact that someone like Mercy Johnson or any other actress or actor who have children, who, I mean, the internet will never forget.
Yeah.
These things are there on the internet.
Are growing up.
She said something last week that her children are being avoided in school.
Yeah.
That parents tell their kids to avoid her children because they said she's a witch. Social media, it's really a tough place to be. And I hope that people are just careful about the things that he put out about
the trauma,
about
the sadness those children will go through in school. It's not nice.
Absolutely. Well, Kunle Kuti, son of Afrobeats legend Fela Kuti, has expressed dismay over the online spat between singer Wizkid and his brother Shehu Kuti. The controversy began when Shehu criticized Wizkid's fans for comparing the Ojueleba hitmaker to their father, arguing that it undermined Fela's legacy. He was speaking on the Cable's R2 Kobo podcast. Kunle Kuti distanced himself from comparisons between Wizkid and Fela, saying they belong to different realms. Kunle admitted that the issue left him heartbroken, revealing he holds Wizkid in high regard and had sought to meet him, citing the singer's Fela Kuti's tattoo as a point of admiration. That is what I am saying. I was heartbroken. What is this going on? Wizkid is the only artist that I have kind of begged people that I want to meet in my life. Even on Sunday, I have begged him that I want to meet this guy to show you how much I love him. For the fact that he has Fela's tattoo, we, his kids, do not even have his tattoo on our bodies, he said. Well, lastly, on the news, where Ghana has granted citizenship to U.S. YouTuber IShowSpeed, the country's foreign minister announced as the influencer wraps up a month-long tour of Africa. Foreign Minister Sam Okuzeto Ablakwa said in an ex post that following confirmation of the irrefutable ties of IShowSpeed to Ghana, his government has approved the issuance of a Ghanaian passport to IShowSpeed. Keep making our great nation Ghana and our beloved African continent proud. Ghana celebrates you, the minister said. The 21-year-old African-American IShowSpeed, born in Ohio as Darren Jason Watkins Jr., is one of the most followed influencers on the planet. He hit 50 million YouTube subscribers this month. Rolling Stone magazine named him the most influential creator of 2025, and Forbes estimates his net worth at $20 million. The YouTube and Twitch Stars tour, which started on December 29, has taken him to 20 countries, showing his tens of millions of followers a different side of Africa as he visited a diamond mine in Botswana, discovered Ethiopia's rich cuisine, and attended the Africa Cup of Nations football final in Morocco. Well, you're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today95.1 FM. Now, what are the chances of Nigerian artists at the 2026 Grammy Awards? It's in about 3 days, 1st of February. That's on Sunday. Now, 5 Nigerian artists are nominated across 2 categories at the upcoming 68th Grammys. Nigeria's musical heavyweights are gearing up for the 68th Annual Grammy Awards, happening this Sunday, February 1, 2026 at Crypto Arena, with 5 superstars: Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid, Ira Star, and Omalay securing nominations. The stakes and expectations are really high. Now, the best African music performance, you have Love, Burna Boy, With You, Davido featuring Omalay, Gimme That, Ira Star featuring Wizkid, Push to Start, Tyler from South Africa, Hope and Love, Eddie Kenzo, and Miran Martin from Uganda. Now, Afrobeat's commercial success in the United States was a principal contributing factor to the creation of the African music performance category. Thames made history at the 2025 Grammys by becoming the first Nigerian star to win the prize. At the 2026 Grammys, Nigerian heavyweights Davido, Burna Boy, Omalay, and Ira Star will be contesting to bring home the prize, with competition from South Africa star Tyler and Uganda stars Eddie Kenzo and Marine Martin. Now, the question is, who are you rooting for? I named those categories for you. I don't know what I feel. For some people, it's the song that made the most for you this year that probably has been ringing in your head. That's the one you want to win for the best African music performance. Is that the same?
For me, it's bias.
I don't know.
I love Davido, so that's why I want him to win.
You want?
You know, Omalay is a Port Harcourt boy, so you know all of that.
I mean, that win will be big. See, these Grammys cannot go to South Africa, and should not go to Uganda.
No,
but we're going to find out. But we want to know who you're rooting for. That category, music, African best music performance. You have Burna Boy's Love, Davido and Omalay's With You. With You was like the anthem of 2025. You have Tyler, you have the Uganda artist, and then you have Ira Star. This was last year's win and speech from Thames.
My heart is beating so fast. I'm so sorry. I do work out, but it's not coming. It's not showing up right now. Wow, dear God, thank you so much for putting me on this stage and bringing me this team. And tomorrow is my mom's birthday, and
yeah, it went on and on. She won that category with Love Me Jeje, the song. So we're looking at who's going to be standing on that stage on Sunday and giving their own speech. But who are you rooting for?
I just really hope he comes to Nigeria, please. Whether Burna Boy, anybody, Wizkid, he should just come to Nigeria.
Oh, you have come down.
But I have my reservations.
You have come down. You should come to Nigeria, okay. Tell us who you're rooting for and who you want to win. Now, who you want to win that performance. I know it's going to be a Nigerian win if an Ira or if Davido, Omalay, if Burna Boy brings it home. However, I know that you have your favorite from these people. So who would you want to clinch that Best African Performance at the Grammys, 1st of February. Send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. That is 0701 9339 962. Text or WhatsApp message will do. You're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with us. Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, singer Simi says something about women who have children, who give birth. Take a listen.
Why is it that when a woman is pregnant or she's giving birth, nobody asks her how is the daddy? It's on site. It's on site. How is it, daddy? What happened to the daddy? I don't understand. Oh, I've not slept in 24 hours. I've not slept in 40. So awkward.
All right. I mean, you remember when this whole conversation last year was going on where a man came out to say nobody asks how a man is doing when his wife goes to bed. And Sibi is saying, who? Daddy is inside. He's working. And people have just been saying, oh, she recently had her babies, twin. And I'm sure this is just coming from a lot of experience and narrating what women go through. It's her voice for me, though. Very sweet, tiny voice. Meanwhile, Port Harcourt-based content creator E.O. Prosper narrates how he was allegedly taken by some men who had police uniform on and took money from him. Take a listen.
How to feel about this, because are we supposed to be scared of the police as well, as much as we're scared of the thieves, the kidnappers? Because I literally thought these guys were kidnappers. If you see the bus these people used to carry me, there was no glass, like it was trampoline. You can't see, if you're outside you can't see inside, and if you're inside you can't see outside. They just double crossed my cab asked me to come down. The cab guy did nothing. He just took me from Port Harcourt to Bayelsa. They were driving, they were beating me. I have like a bruise in my back. I have one on my rib here. And then thank God, I was just like securing my face. But earlier today, I had like slap marks on my face. And then there are handcuff marks on my hands as well. So,
well, this has got over 21,000 likes on Instagram, about 2,000 shares on Instagram and other platforms, and people are just lamenting. I've seen some other content creators in Port Harcourt talk about their experiences too with this and this. Well, I'm sure the police. The Commissioner of Police, and there should be proper investigation, especially if this matter is reported.
What are the chances that they're actually uniformed men?
That's really a good question. Well, on a lighter note, because that video just seems really sad.
It took a whole lot of money.
Yes, he said it asked him for 6 million naira,
yeah.
and he didn't say how much was taken at the end, but his account was cleared. Everything was taken from his phones and everything. Well, talk movies. Timini Ebuston unveils trailer for Love and New Notes film in February. Last year he gave you Real Love. Now this year is Love and New Notes. Well, we'll keep talking about this. You have your expectations high, and you can go enjoy yourself in the cinema.
February 13th. Let's see how it goes. I was not really satisfied with Real Love. The whole love thing, love storyline. We are tired of love storyline. But
this girl,
I'm tired of the love storyline. But then I'll give him his flowers. He did a great job.
Yeah, Timothy's been in the industry for some time.
I like this new move of only bringing out movies when it's
Valentine's.
Yeah,
I think it's the bad boy tea vibe. You know, celebrities, I think they just find a way of taking advantage of their brand and doing what people want them, just like Ovasabi Auntie. That's Tony Abraham, because that's what people were calling her, and she was like, okay, let's take advantage of this and show our Ovasabi. Thank you so much.
That's his niche, he should stick to it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for tuning in to entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM. That's our show. My name is Queen Chima.
I am Miracle Emmanuel.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Queen Chima. The headlines. PENCOM approves over 1,000% pension increase for retirees. ADC appoints former national chairman of APC John Odegia Oyegun to head policy and manifesto committee ahead of 2027 elections. Riwama seeks stakeholders' support to tackle indiscriminate waste disposal in Rumo Lumini community. The foreign scene, fresh clashes erupt between Ethiopian troops and Tigrayan forces. Now the detail. The National Pension Commission, PENCOM, has approved the major upward review of pensions for 2,116 retirees under the Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund, NSITF, raising their combined monthly pension payment from 12.56 million naira to 159.95 million naira, a 1,173% increase. PENCOM said the approval aligns with President Bola Tinubu's policy direction on improving the welfare of retirees. The increase was recently approved by the Director General of PENCOM, Omolola Oluwaroro, and marks the first pension review for NSITF retirees in 21 years. According to the Commission, the long overdue review addresses persistent disparities in pension payments and restores the real value of benefits in line with statutory provisions and current economic realities. As part of the exercise, the affected retirees have also received 8.7 billion naira in pension arrears, with an average payment of about 3 million naira naira per retiree. The Commission attributed the successful review to the strong growth of the NSITF fund, which expanded from 54 billion naira in 2005 to 195 billion naira as of December 2025. Senator Ali Ndume, who represents Borno South in the National Assembly, has criticized President Bola Tinubu's inner circle, alleging that the president is being poorly served by advisors who lack political understanding and grassroots connection. Speaking during a television program, Ndume said growing dissatisfaction in the north could have electoral consequences if urgent steps are not taken to address prevailing concerns. The lawmaker said northern leaders had made efforts to engage the president constructively, noting that he personally participated in meetings between Tinubu and northern elders. According to Ndume, despite assurances from the president, the engagement process stalled shortly afterwards. While absorbing Tinubu of direct blame, Ndume argued that the president's problems stem largely from the caliber of people around him. He contrasted Tinubu's current leadership environment with his time as governor of Lagos State, which he said was marked by the presence of strong and capable advisors. He warned that unless the concerns being raised, particularly in the north, are addressed, the dissatisfaction could deepen and manifest strongly at the polls. The chairman of the Joint Union Action Committee, Rifkatu Aitoye, and his secretary, Abdullahi Saleh, have approached the Court of Appeal in Abuja seeking leave to challenge an interlocutory ruling of the National Industrial Court NIC restraining them and their members from embarking on any industrial action. The application was brought on behalf of the union leaders by Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, alongside his wife, Fumi Falana, and 3 other senior lawyers. The applicants are also seeking an order staying the execution of the NIC ruling delivered on Tuesday, January 27, pending the determination of their appeal. Relying on Section 6, subsection 6b and 36, subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, as well as relevant provisions of the Court of Appeal rules, the appellants argue that they have already prepared and exhibited a notice of appeal. They maintain that the appeal raises serious, arguable and recondite points of law with strong prospects of success. The dispute arose from an indefinite strike embarked upon last week by workers of the Federal Capital Territory Administration FCTA over what unions described as the authorities' failure to address long-standing labor and welfare demands. On Tuesday, the National Industrial Court ordered workers on the FCTA payroll to suspend the strike, saying that while the matter constituted a trade dispute, the right of workers to embark on industrial action was not absolute once the dispute had been referred to the court. The Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria, SCSN, has warned that it will not recognize or legitimize any election conducted under compromised conditions, stressing that the credibility of Nigeria's democratic process must be protected ahead of the 2027 general elections. The council made its position known at its annual pre-Ramadan lecture and General Assembly held in Abuja, attended by Islamic scholars, traditional and community leaders, professionals, representatives of Islamic organizations and members of the media. Speaking at the gathering, the president of the council, Bashir Umar, said the public confidence in democratic institutions, especially those responsible for elections, was critical to national stability. He warned that democratic legitimacy could not exist without integrity, adding that elections presided over by individuals with questionable character would lack credibility and public trust. The council expressed concern over developments surrounding the leadership of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, noting that elections conducted under a cloud of compromised integrity would not be acceptable. Beyond electoral issues, the Sharia Council painted a grim picture of Nigeria's current state, citing worsening insecurity, economic hardship, inflation, unemployment, and declining public trust. It also condemned violence and terrorism in all forms, noting that Muslim communities had been disproportionately affected, while emphasizing that every human life, regardless of religion, was sacred. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has appointed former Edo State Governor and former National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, John Odige Oyegun, as chairman of its 50-member Policy and Manifesto Committee. The appointment, ratified by the party's National Working Committee, was announced in Abuja by the ADC National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi. He said the committee was approved by the national chairman of the party, Senator David Mark, as part of efforts to build a credible and people-centered policy framework. According to the party, renowned economist and public intellectual Professor Patu Tomi will serve as deputy chairman of the committee, while former APC National Vice Chairman Northwest Salihu Lukman was appointed secretary. The ADC said the committee is made up of the seasoned experts drawn from diverse backgrounds, including former public office holders, academias, technocrats, policy experts, civil society leaders, and professionals with experience in governance, economic management, security, social development, and democratic reform. The committee is mandated to develop a clear, coherent, and credible policy and manifesto that reflects the aspirations of Nigerians and positions the ADC as a viable alternative for responsible leadership and national renewal ahead of the 2027 general elections. The Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, in collaboration with the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, has commenced a joint nationwide verification and tracking of constituency and zonal intervention projects executed by the ministry across the country. The exercise, according to the ministry, is aimed at ensuring that all projects are delivered strictly in line with approved specifications, uphold transparency and probity, and guarantee value for money and Nigerians. A statement issued on Wednesday by the Housing Ministry noted that the Special Project Unit supervised the execution of federal government constituency and zonal intervention projects, while the ICPC enforces compliance, due diligence and integrity in budget implementation and public expenditure. The joint verification is being conducted simultaneously in all states where the projects were implemented. Teams comprising officials of both institutions have been deployed nationwide for on-the-spot inspection, verification and assessment of project status and quality. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Renewed Hope Ambassadors, River State. Public notice. Inauguration of Senatorial District and Local Government Coordinators. The Renewed Hope Ambassadors, River State Chapter, cordially invites the general public to the inauguration of Senatorial District and Local Government Coordinators. Event details. Date, Friday, 30th January 2026. Time, 10 a.m. Venue, Elichi Amadi Polytechnic, Port Harcourt, River State. Your presence and participation will be highly valued. Signed, Ambassador Desmond Akawo, River State Coordinator, Renewed Hope Ambassadors.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. A high court in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, has fixed 10 fresh hearing days to conclude a trial of a former Central Bank of Nigeria governor, Godwin Emefiele, over charges related to the Naira redesign. The trial judge, Justice Marian Aneni, set the dates following an agreement between the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and Emefiele's legal team. The scheduled dates are February 3rd and 10th, April 1st and 2nd, May 11th to 14th, and June 9th and 10th, during which the court said the trial, which commenced in 2024, would be concluded. Justice Aneni urged counsel on both sides to adhere strictly to the schedule, assuring that the court would make adequate provisions to accommodate the proceedings. The Senate has deferred consideration of the report on the Electoral Act 2022 Repeal and Enactment Bill 2026, resolving to reconvene in an executive session to scrutinize the proposed legislation before taking a final decision. The decision followed deliberations on the report of the Senate Committee on Electoral Matters during plenary, which took place in the absence of a committee chairman, Senator Simon Long. Lawmakers agreed to step down debate on the report to give senators time to study the bill in detail. An executive session has also been scheduled to enable closed-door discussions on sensitive aspects of the proposed reforms. Although the House of Representatives has already passed the bill, Senate President Senator Godswill Akpabio underscored the need for thorough scrutiny, given the bill's implications for the nation's electoral process. The River State Waste Management Agency, RUWAMA, has expressed readiness to collaborate with the King Council of Chiefs, youth, elders, market unions, the police and other stakeholders to address the persistent problem of indiscriminate waste disposal in Rumo Limini community, Obiakpo local government area. The managing director of RUWAMA, Ibimini Wukoma, stated this when he led a delegation on a courtesy visit to the palace of the paramount ruler of Rumo Olimini, His Royal Highness Chukwuemeka Okocha Olumini, to discuss sustainable waste management strategies for the kingdom. He noted that although Rumo Olimini hosts over 10 multinational companies contributing significantly to the economy of River State in Nigeria, the community continues to suffer from indiscriminate dumping of refuse on access roads and medians, a situation he said hampers business activities and environmental safety. Wokoma assured that the agency, with the support of Governor Siminala Ifubara, is fully prepared to end the menace, disclosing that adequate provisions have been made by the state government to strengthen waste management operations across the area. He urged residents to comply with RUWAMA's waste disposal policies, observing that while areas around the Ada George axis remain relatively clean, the St. John's axis, though the market down to Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, has remained a major challenge due to poor dumping attitudes. The RUWAMA boss announced new waste management measures for Rumo Limini, including a ban on the patronage of cart pushers, strict prohibition of dumping refuse on road medians, deployment of private service providers, and enforcement of approved dumping hours between 6 and 10 p.m. daily. He added that refuse must be properly bagged and deposited only at approved receptacles located near the IAUE fence, Live Fort area, and Anele filling station, warning that defaulters would be prosecuted, while the paramount ruler commended the initiative and pledged to engage his council and stakeholders to support the program and identify additional receptacle locations. The contact committee of the villages of Bon, Bepa, Boale and Koro in Buakwa Okwali community has condemned the assassination attempt by unknown persons on His Royal Majesty Suanu Baridam, the Benemene of Boa Banga, while he was returning from a peace mission to Okwale. In a statement signed by the chairman of the committee, Reverend S.K. Awaraka, YSG Mwini, and Peter Azia, the group described the attack as heinous, alleging that the sponsors and perpetrators are enemies of peace and development in Okwale, Ogoni, and River State. The committee expressed prayers and best wishes for the monarch's quick recovery, while calling on the River State government and law enforcement agencies to ensure that those behind the attack are identified, arrested, and prosecuted. They also pledged their readiness to cooperate with security agencies to ensure justice for the monarch. Well, on the foreign scene, fresh fighting has broken out between Ethiopian federal government troops and Tigrayan forces in the country's northern Tigray region, raising fears of renewed instability in an area still recovering from years of devastating conflict. Security and diplomatic sources say the clashes, which erupted in recent days in Semlet, western Tigray, have forced the suspension of flights as the security situation continues to deteriorate. The affected area is reportedly claimed by forces from the neighboring Amhara region, further complicating tensions in a region already weakened by political disputes and unresolved territorial claims. The Tigray War, which began in 2020 and ended with a peace agreement in 2022, claimed thousands of lives and displaced millions, leaving the region impoverished and heavily dependent on humanitarian assistance. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. PENCOM has approved over 1,000% pension increase for Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund retirees. The ADC has appointed former national chairman of ABC, John Odige Oyegun, to head its policy and manifesto committee ahead of 2027 elections. We told you that Riwama has sought stakeholders' support to tackle indiscriminate waste disposal in Rumo Limini community, Obiakwa local government area. The foreign scene, you also heard that fresh clashes have erupted between Ethiopian troops and Tigrayan forces. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasson Ukuri. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818 389 2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Facebook is at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live, Today95.1fm. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
With heavy hearts and tears in our eyes, but with total submission to the will of God Almighty, we, the family of late Wari Senibo Samuel John Hart of number 3 Market Road, Bonny, all in Joshua Hart Burusu of Captain Hart Chieftaincy Major House of Grand Bonny Kingdom, announces the death of our dear eldest brother, father, uncle, and grandfather, late Elder Christopher Berepelebo John Hart, JP. He was aged 64. Funeral arrangement, Saturday the 28th of February 2026, 9 a.m. Body leaves ashes to ashes, Bonny Mortuary, to a brief stopover at his residence in Bonny Roundabout. Thereafter, the body proceeds to his family house at number 3 Market Road, Bonny LGA. 9 a.m. open air service. 12:30 to 1 p.m. body lies in state. The funeral service will be conducted by his church, Commonwealth Citizens of Grace International Church, Akiama, Bonny LGA. Interment takes place immediately after the service in Bonny Cemetery. And this is signed by Master Tuotamano Christopher Berepelebo, John Hart, Chief Mona, and Wari Senibo, Love Day, Senibo, John Hart, 4, Joshua Hart Borusu of Captain Hart, Chieftaincy Major House of Grand Bonny Kingdom. May his gentle soul rest in the
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Seeking a self-sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is male-related health challenges. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Man problem can be seen in men whenever it frequently occurs that a man is unable to satisfy his partner when it comes to man and woman interaction. It can feature in many ways. In some, it is possible for them to experience poor energy, a situation where a man is unable to get into the act at all. In some are preparing to get into the act, but unfortunately, they just discover that the energy dropped. That is called early ejaculation. It is possible for a man to get into the act and discover that he is unable to stay more than a minute. That is called premature ejaculation, as the case may be. Some may experience total loss of energy. In some, it can be as a result of excessive tiredness after the whole exercise. And some can experience total loss of the energy for even weeks or months. A number of factors can be responsible for this. In some, it can be as a result of infections, of which staphylococcal infection, gonococcal infection are inclusive. There are other infections that are capable of destroying the nerves or the blood volume, making a man to become totally weak. It is not only infections that do destroy the energy in men that have to do with satisfying their partner. When one has used some drugs for a very long period of time, it is possible for one to experience this. In some, it can be as a result of drug abuse. Drug abuse can feature in many ways. Some do abuse alcohol. Some do abuse energizers. People that are faced with sugar problem, that is, diabetes mellitus, if it is not controlled properly, it can weaken the nerves, and under that condition, a man may not be able to stand like a real man again. It is possible for a man suffering from pile to also be very weak in this aspect. And under this condition, there will be serious waist pains. Not only waist pains, there can be stooling of blood. In some, you discover that there can be serious constipation, a situation where a man will wake up and is unable to free his fecal waste. He has to take some regimens for him to be free from such as well. It is possible when there are hormonal changes in a man for a man to be very weak in these aspects. Stress also has a role to play. We should not forget that under depression, the energy a man needs to get into this act can disappear completely. Whichever the case may be, we have to understand this line of action in a man, that before a man is able to stand like a real man, the arousal center in the brain must be stimulated. And it is after this stimulation that energy or signal is sent to the male organ through nerves. And after getting it through nerves, we need volume of blood for engorgement of tissues in the male organ for a man to stand like a real man. And anything that is capable of destroying the blood cells, the blood volume, can also make a man to be totally weak in performing his duty in the second room. And that is why we say, whenever we are faced with any challenge, it is very important for one to visit a healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one and determine the root cause of the challenge. And after this, to know the right regimen to put together for one to be totally free from the challenge. And that is why evaluation from healthcare givers is very important to pinpoint the root cause of the challenge. And once the root cause of the challenge is determined, you will discover that solution to such challenge is around the corner. Prostatic gland enlargement also have a role to play in a situation where a man is not able to stand like a real man. When the prostate starts growing after 55 years of age in some people, you will discover that there can be frequency. A situation where when a man sleeps at night, before daybreak, he has voided urine for more than 5, 6, or even 10 times. The volume is not always a very large one like in diabetes mellitus. But after that stage, you discover that the stream of flow of urine will not have the normal force it used to have, or it may start splitting to two. It is when nothing is done for all these challenges that such will now result to total blockage of flow of the urine. And that is why we say a stitch at a time saves 9. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country health care system. Man, correct, bekelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket, full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition, where don't become Obarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Hello, I'm Myra Anubi. Welcome to People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service, where we explore solutions to the planet's problems. People Fixing the World returns soon, but until then, we are bringing you a special episode. In No Brother Left Behind, Chiagozie Anwowo explores the tradition of the Igbaboy apprenticeship scheme and why it is now at risk of fading out in modern Nigeria.
This is No Brother Left Behind from the BBC World Service with me, Chiagozie Anwowo.
Somebody met me the other day and said, "Do you have any allergy?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Okay, what is it? So we be careful." I told him, "Poverty. That's my number one allergy." I have tested it. I don't want to know what it looks like again.
This is Cosmas Madoka. He's an able businessman and the founder and chairman of the Costaris Group, a multi-million-dollar Nigerian company whose main business is in motor spare parts and luxury car sales.
We've been in Ghana over 30 years. We bought a company in Japan.
We are sitting in a cavernous room in Cosmas' home, one that can easily hold 50 to 70 people. And the house is in one of the richest neighborhoods in Nigeria. I'm trying to trace how Cosmas got here.
But I wrote 5 things I want to accomplish before I turn 25. And by 25, I want to be a millionaire.
Cosmas did become a multimillionaire, one with an education that never went past the 3rd grade.
My father died when I was 4 years. My mother became a single parent with 4 children. My mother couldn't support my education, so I dropped out of school.
His mother made a decision. She sent him to be apprenticed to his uncle.
I give a lot of credit to the industry that gave back to me, which is apprenticeship system. Anybody should forgive my bias. I believe it's the best university any young man or any young lady would go to be successful in life.
Cosmas went off to be an apprentice in 1970 in the aftermath of the Nigeria-Biafra War, a war that devastated Igbo communities.
I was very determined because I went through civil war, survived Kwashiorkor. Hardship helped to shaping you.
Across Igbo land, many families were making the same decision his mother made, and those decisions have led to the successful apprentices of today. The apprenticeship system known as Igbo Boy is still used today, helping keep many from falling into poverty in a country where 31% of Nigerians live below the poverty line. But with changing times and a new generation, the scheme is in decline. In No Brother Left Behind, I'll be unpicking how the Igbo Boy scheme can lift people out of poverty, how this informal scheme exists solely on trust, and what is being done to secure its future.
The Igbo Boy or apprenticeship scheme predated the Nigerian Civil War.
This is Nkemdele Nonyelu, a professor of industrial relations at Nnamdi Azikiwe University in Nigeria. In 1967, the Igbo people tried to secede from Nigeria after going through pogroms. By the end of the war, in January 1970, millions of men, women, and children were lost to the fighting or through starvation.
The entire region was devastated. People were penniless, no matter the size of your bank account. Those who had money got only 20 pounds at the end of the war. They realized that they needed to rely heavily on one another.
Igbo entrepreneurs returned to their old businesses across the country, and over time, some returned home as successes.
They looked around their immediate family, young boys, to learn their trade and then become independent themselves.
The typical Igbo man is an entrepreneur. The Igbo society sees you as the solution to your family.
Ogechi Adiola is a professor of marketing and the deputy vice chancellor at the University of Kigali in Rwanda. She studies African indigenous business practices.
And if you're the solution to your family, you better get it right. A man is successful when he's able to provide for his household. And not only his household, when he's able to provide for this community. And that gets us back to the Igbo Boy system.
The Igbo Boy scheme is quite simple. Say you're an Igbo trader who wants to expand his business. You get a relative from your village or hometown to help, becoming a master or oga. The relative is almost always male. He becomes the boy. The family of the boy and the oga meets to discuss terms.
They pray for the boy and bless him. They also pray that the oga will be good to the boy and the boy will be good to the oga. And they break kola nuts. It signifies agreement between two people.
In most of the agreements, nothing is written down. The trader teaches them everything they know about the business and also takes care of all their needs: food, shelter, and clothing. The boy in turn helps build the business. Apprentices serve for 3 to 7 years.
Sometimes there's also conflict. Conflict is managed within the society. If there's a conflict, might be the clan coming together to manage the conflict. Might also be the trade association. So it's, again, informal but structured.
At the end of the service, the master or oga settles you with capital and or contacts to start your own business.
And when the boy goes out, he has to also incubate other boys. He will become an oga.
But being a boy comes with a caveat. Cosmas Maduka again.
You are not paid salary. You work pro bono. Not many people are willing to do that today in the world.
This is my shop, the one I established after my settlement.
We're in a shopping center in Abuja, Nigeria's capital, in a maze of bungalows, chopped into little shops. We meet Chimeze Nwankwo. He sells printing paper
for flyer or your magazine,
and was an apprentice for 7 years until December 2022. To understand how this informal Igbo apprenticeship scheme can work, you have to know the philosophies that drive the entrepreneurial culture of the Igbo people. You have Igwebike, their strength in the majority or unity. Ogobuchionye, your family is your savior or helper. And most important of all, be your brother's keeper or Onyahana Wanneya.
Okay, Onyahana Wanneya in English translation, what it means is that you have seen a way or a means to come out of poverty. Carry me along, don't leave me behind. That is what it means.
Chimeze became an apprentice right after he finished secondary school.
One of our neighbors saw how obedient and how hardworking I was.
The neighbor approached his mother, who came to Chimeze with the idea of becoming an apprentice.
I said no, I want to go back to school. But she was telling me that training someone in university is way much higher in terms of the finances, that I should reason this as a way to take the family out of poverty and also to bring light into the family. So when she told me those things, I picked up the courage. I said, okay, I will give it a try.
And sometimes the apprentice comes up with the idea themselves. Ebuka Nwankwo is an apprentice in his uncle's electronics business in Makurdi in central Nigeria.
I just decided on my own. First of all, I called him before I told my dad that it will be okay if I work with him. I'm only boy in my own family. So I do dream to make them happy.
My not going to school was a very big disappointment to my father.
Emmanuel Nwankwo is Ebuka's uncle and master. He has business interests in electronics, furniture, and construction. Emmanuel was also an apprentice. In 1990, he was living in Aba, a city in Igbo land.
My master is my maternal uncle. I came holiday in his place. I saw them counting money. You know, as a student in a densely populated area in Aba, I hardly see that kind of money. And I went back, I told my father that I am no longer interested in this school, I can't go again. I carried my bag and off to Makurdi.
Any person in Igbo land that didn't go to apprentice, that person is a loser.
Anthony Ejiofor was an apprentice in the late 1980s and now owns a business selling Honda spare parts.
It's obvious that you cannot get what you want. For you to become somebody, you have to go through apprentice. It's like somebody enters into secondary school or primary school. If you didn't go there, you don't know how to write ABCDs. It's just simple as that. From the apprentice, you can get the whole script of your own business. It's a must.
Becoming an apprentice involves a full immersion into the master's business. Cosmas Maduka again.
You are taught every rudiment you require to run business. We are taught administration, accountancy, purchase, inventory management, economics, in an informal way. We practice this every day, that we can take on anybody who come out from university who want to have a discussion on it, but we are not certified.
The Oga also provides accommodation for the apprentice in their house or elsewhere. And at the Oga's house, the apprentice does chores. And in some cases, they take care of the master's children.
But when we wake up in the morning, we'll pray together. After, I will go out and be washing the car.
Chimeze Nwankwo, the printing paper businessman, he was an apprentice alongside another boy. Sometimes, masters take more than one apprentice at a time.
Why the senior will be helping our madam, maybe in little way he can from in the kitchen to prepare the children for the school. But first of all, before we go to the shop, we'll go and drop the children, my Oga's children, at their school. So from their school now come to the shop. So from Monday to Friday, That's how we used to do our things. But on Saturday, our boss don't used to come to the shop on Saturdays.
But some boys sleep in the shop because there isn't room for them at their Oga's house. Emmanuel Nwankwo again.
I sleep on top of pipes, so we have to bath outside. We wake up like 4:30, 5 o'clock to prepare.
It's long hours of hard work in sometimes tough conditions. You are away or cut off from your family for long stretches. But after that sacrifice comes your reward.
The way Oga did settlement for us, he took us to church.
This is Victor Chinwoku. We are speaking to him in his electronics shop, which is just a 2-minute walk from where Ebuka Nwankwo is doing his apprenticeship.
He gave me shop for my own case. Then he took me to Lagos, bought some goods. He gave me some part of the goods that I should use this one to start up my life. After some period of time, like a month or 3 weeks, he came there and blessed the shop. That is how I started my own business.
When Victor became an apprentice in 2009, his family made sure they signed a written agreement. Cosmas Maduka again.
In apprenticeship system, you get into contractual transaction where there is no agreement. You need to be the best you have to be all time, or the boss just put you in another vehicle and send you in the village. Whether you have spent 4 years or 5 years, there's no court of law that you can take him to. And you lose everything.
This is No Brother Left Behind from the BBC World Service.
Yeah, the cage is where we put the cylinders. It's just that we don't display all of them here because of thieves.
On the street pavement in Abuja, Ifeanyi Shedrack sells gas cylinders for a living.
Then see the keys, we use these keys to lock them.
With no gas piped into homes, millions of Nigerians rely on these gas cylinders to cook.
This is the kind of business that will encourage anybody to do.
Ifeanyi is a former apprentice, and we are talking about how apprentices are settled.
It depends on the kind of person you meet. Some Ogas, they do settle their boys very well, set them up very well, give them a huge amount of money, give them shop, depending on how lucky you are.
So again, we hear stories of apprentices that are not well settled.
Ogechi Adiola, the professor from the University of Kigali, again.
The settlement is very important. Sometimes on the part of the boy, we hear accusations of theft, misconduct. Because you don't have formal contracts and legal protection, the Oga might have no recourse, the apprentice might also not have recourse to the law. So kind of it undermines the trust in the system.
Emmanuel Nwankwo told us about how, as an Oga, he's had to deal with bad apprentices.
Some of them will come here. When they make sales, they will hide the money. Lives you never lived, you see them living it, wasting this money. It's not their money, it's your money. You understand?
If you look at boys of this age, they don't like coming to apprenticeship again.
Victor Chiwoku.
Everybody wants it big. Because if you go to my home now, that you are looking for a boy to come for apprenticeship, nobody will come. They are all looking for, in a big way, to make money. Nobody wants to learn business anymore. They just want to do all these shortcuts business.
In 2021, Nkemdele Nonyelo and his fellow researchers from the Nnamdi Azikiwe University did a survey of 2,400 Ogas and boys in Onitsha main market, one of the largest markets in Nigeria. They found that 77% of your Ogas and 68% of the boys think that the scheme as a strategy for entrepreneurship is declining.
There are challenges. Primary education is free, for instance. In some cases, it's even free throughout the secondary school in some states in Igbo land. Before them to go to primary school, you need to have some money.
Ogechi Adiola again.
The environment is changing. There's a strong push towards some white-collar careers. So some people look at apprentices as maybe they are not successful. They might have money, but they might just look at them as not successful. Then again, you have urbanization, you have migration. So we have all this pressure, but that doesn't mean that the system has failed or is disappearing.
We are at Ladipo Spare Parts Market in Mushin in Lagos. It's greasy because of the nature of the business. People are wearing mostly rubber boots So in this market, there's a very large population of Igbo people.
Can we go, if we go into the shop? You can go inside.
Please, can you introduce yourself to us?
Okay, I'm Mr. Sunday from Edo State. I came to learn a trade in this Ladipo market.
Sunday is unique. He isn't Igbo, but is using a version of the Igbo apprenticeship scheme, Emuahia. An apprentice pays to learn the business and doesn't live with the Oga. Sunday comes every Saturday to learn, and during the week he works a full-time job.
Sometimes we are being laid off when the production line is not actually moving. So we asked to stop. Then later they will call us back. So I decided to, okay, let me look for another alternative to add to it. I can't come for the full-time just because I have other bills at hand to pay.
Aside from the fact that you have other business or other job that you are doing, which entails you doing this part-time, you would have preferred to do it full-time?
Yes, I actually prefer to do it full-time. I can't actually leave that job because work is actually helping me a lot. So, but my own aim is that by the time I'll be able to maybe finish learning the trade, then at least I'll be able to gather money from where I'm working, then I'll start on my own. At the end of my learning of this, I'll be able to establish myself also to become more than my boss.
In the 2021 survey, Nkemdele Nonyelu found that 81% of Ogas preferred having a male apprentice instead of a female one.
Although these days we notice in the market that there is now a great number of young ladies who are now called sales girls. You take records. But the secrets of the trade can only be given to one boy. That's the truth.
Okay, my name is St. Moses Omai.
Moses sells spare parts at Ladipo Market.
It's very difficult for a woman or for a family to leave their daughter to come and live with us. That's why it's only mostly for men. Yes, we take girls or ladies as a sales girls in a sense that they will just come maybe from 8 in the morning, close by 4 or 5.
But Moses has found that some sales girls are interested in becoming business owners themselves.
And now they're doing well. They're doing very well. And we guide them.
Amarachi Teresa Abraham. I am a female house painter and a decorator. I had to learn, I had to be an apprentice. As a female, I'm working in the midst of men, even men who are way older than me, commanding and telling them what to do. You know, it takes a lot of skill and training. So the stereotype we have about a woman's place is in the kitchen, she either learns makeup or sewing, that's all. So women who have passion for house painting, another male-dominated field and career, are not encouraged and not empowered to go into such careers. Young ladies should also go into, because this is what women should do more. Right, learn skills, modernize it, just like I modernized the boy system for the female and made it better, for and easier for women, because especially for women or who also have family, you can't just live in the same house with your master.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen and honored guests, let me start
in 2022, as a response to the declining popularity of the scheme, the then CEO of Anambra Broadcasting Service, Uche Nwora, held a national summit on the Igbo apprenticeship scheme.
Because we felt that the young people now were focused on other things. And we just tried to see how we can revive that scheme. I would say that it was very successful because the vice president at the time, Preosim Banjo, joined us virtually and did give us a keynote speech.
What do you see as the future of this apprenticeship scheme? Do you think it's something that's going to be relevant in 2025, 2026, and then onwards?
Oh, definitely. The problem is that we keep thinking that it is only, young boys or young girls that should go in for that scheme. I'll give you an example. In 2014, when I was hired after a competitive interview to become the managing director of Anambra Broadcasting Service, I had been in private practice, prior to that time. But you wouldn't believe that I subjected myself to 1 month boy. I had friends that were in the media in Lagos, so I had to go every day after work. So boy could happen at the different levels. We shouldn't just see that, it's somebody that is one young kid that is not educated. No. Everybody should learn a trade.
The Anambra State government is also stepping in. In September 2025, the governor signed the Anambra State Igbo Apprenticeship Bill into law. It establishes a minimum level of education that an apprentice has to have. All agreements are now required to be in writing. Disputes will now be settled through mediation or the courts. But the law only covers apprentices in Anambra, just one state out of 36 in Nigeria. It also doesn't cover how an apprentice gets settled.
Government has to get involved in the sense that if you're taking on a boy, there has to be some insurance whereby the master will also be paying some kind of premium, such that at the end of the scheme, and the master is not able to settle the boy and provide seed money, that insurance will kick in. So I think that will take care of that problem.
It's too soon to see what impact the Anambra law will have, or if it will be adopted by other states. If it will stop the decline of the scheme and encourage future generations to use it to lift or keep themselves and their families out of poverty. With the future generation in mind, we asked some of the businessmen featured earlier if they would want or encourage their children to be boys. Victor Chinwoku, the electronics businessman in Makurdi.
It all depends. If my child is growing and I am seeing some kind of character, because going to apprenticeship humble you. It will humble you and it will impart so many things on you.
Chimezie Nwankwo, the printing paper businessman, he used his settlement to open his shop.
It's just a choice. I will give them that encouragement to see the need of being under someone to learn something, because there is experience and expertise that you can gain, but not in terms of staying that long of years with them. You understand me?
No Brother Left Behind was presented by Chiagozie Nwonwu. It was produced by Jill Achineku and was a whistle-down production for the BBC World Service.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose given, because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Cardiac.